Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the second day of the 2026 PISM Strategic Ark. For those who couldn't join us yesterday, my name is Tomasz Zając, and together with my colleague Amanda Dziubińska, we are analysts at PISM. Our role is to guide you through today's events and discussions.
Yesterday, we spoke a lot about political and military dimensions of preparedness. Today, we broaden the picture. We will continue the same core discussions, but from different angles. We will look at energy security, sanctions, the Indo-Pacific, and India's strategic outlook.
Later, we'll reflect on unconventional responses to Russian activities in the Baltic and examine Donald Trump's plan for the Western Hemisphere. It promises to be a day full of insightful discussion. Due to the unforeseen circumstances, we have a slight change to the schedule. Unfortunately, we couldn't start with the keynote speech, and we'll go straight to the first session, entitled Wars and Wires: From Russia to the Hormuz Strait, How Modern Conflicts Reshape Energy Security.
Please welcome Wojciech Jakubik, independent energy market analyst.
Elżbieta Kaca, head of the International Sanctions project at the Polish Institute of International Affairs.
Petras Katinas, research fellow in Climate, Energy and Defense, Royal United Services Institute.
The discussion will be moderated by Damian Wnukowski, head of Asia-Pacific program from the Polish Institute of International Affairs.
Please enjoy the clip and then the discussion.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is my privilege to moderate the first panel of the second day of PISM Strategic Ark 2026. I hope it will be a very energetic discussion, as we will talk about the energy security, resilience in the energy sector, and the current situation in the energy markets, which makes all of the efforts in terms of energy security and resilience probably much more harder than a couple of years back. We got great panelists who will share with us their perspective on those issues. Now we are in the situation of how the International Energy Agency head Fatih Birol described the biggest energy crisis in the history. There is a growing volatile in energy markets caused by the conflict in the Middle East, and we'll start with this issue to show the big picture where we are now. What are the consequences of the current situation for the energy markets, energy security for the European states? And I would like to start with asking question to Mr. Katinas about the blockade of the Hormuz Strait, which is the probably most important event when it comes to energy sector coming from the war in the Middle East, how it affects the international energy markets, and also thinking about the energy security, how countries are reacting to the situation.
So thank you very much for inviting me here. It's a privilege to be here. So I'll probably start, as you already mentioned, from Fatih Birol's statement that this is the largest energy crisis globally that we ever seen. And if we compare to 2022, and we all remember the Putin gas blackmail, the difference between that crisis and this crisis, that after the Gulf military operation, or whatever we want to call it, started, we lost 20% of crude oil, 20% of LNG, and we lost it rapidly. And in comparison to 2022, it was only, at that time we lost natural gas gradually. We didn't lose Russian crude oil, it was rerouted to India, to China, but I will not speak about about the land that is called Russia. I know my colleague has presentation on that. So this is the main difference between 2022 and current situation. So how was actually affected? So there are main two regions that affected, but they are affected very differently. Asian market that are very dependent on exports from the Gulf states, for example, China, India, they lost. So some of them, they lost LNG capacity volumes. When it comes to Southeast Asia, some countries like Bangladesh, Pakistan, they already stated that they probably will move on from LNG and will think something about new commodities that they can buy. India is probably one of the most affected countries in globally, because after a lot of pressure to remove and not import Russian crude oil, it came back to historically supplier Iraq. Right now it goes back. China closed overall its market. It's compared to pre-Gulf crisis situation. They actually lowered its import and they're using stockpiles. So we see that in Asia was affected in terms of volumes. With Europe, it's a bit different situation. We did not import many commodities, including crude oil and including LNG from the Gulf states. Only a few countries when it comes to LNG imported, I think Poland, Italy, and I think Belgium. And overall, it's a small quantities. When we speak about specifically crude oil, as well, I think in April, I'm sorry, not in April, in February, I think only 3 or 4% came from the Gulf. Our largest the biggest suppliers for European markets are the United States, Norway, Kazakhstan, and so on and so forth. So these countries. So in terms of volumes, we are not affecting. However, the market is a global thing, and we are affecting through the prices. So we saw that the prices of crude oil skyrocket. Brent went from 60, 70 to $100 per barrel. Natural gas prices, specifically in TTF, increased from 30 euros per megawatt hour to 50 to 55 euros per megawatt hour. So basically, once again, we are in the situation that we need to invest more in order to buy or we need to spend more money in order to buy specific commodities, which actually we are all as a consumers, we are all affected in that. And another thing which we probably need to speak as well about middle distillates such as jet fuel, diesel. These are the main commodities that that are affected, not in terms of volume, but in terms of refineries and how fast we can find additional supply in order to substitute these middle distillates that basically a few percent we need additionally to refine. However, probably the biggest question for me and maybe for all of you is how fast we can recover from this situation. And even if the Gulf crisis ends tomorrow, we will not recover rapidly. It will take 4 to 6 weeks in the best case scenario, and all commodities will not start flowing very rapidly. So for example, we already lost Qatar, the Ras Laffan, the largest gas field in the world. It's already, we lost around 17% of its production. And according to Qatar Gas, they need around 2 to 3 years to recover that production. As well, what Qatar Gas is facing overall is as well a manpower. They do have only 80% of manpower that is needed to restart these liquefaction plants. So this is one thing. With crude oil as well, having in mind that we've been hearing during this time the attack on energy critical infrastructure in the Gulf, we do not have full information and we cannot see all impact that or all attacks and damages that were made by Iranians and how fast, for example, some of some of critical infrastructure can be recovered or how hard it's damaged. So we are living, in my opinion, in a situation, a bit roller coaster, but a tug of fog of war that we do not know full picture right now. So I would say the main thing is for us to see how fast we can recover and hope that the crisis in the Gulf ends as fast as possible, and at least at the end of this year we can go back to a normal trade and normal energy prices. Thank you.
Thank you very much for showing the big picture and the ramifications of the conflict in the Middle East. Although, as you mentioned, probably we do not have the full picture yet. So we'll have to see what's coming on in the coming weeks. What are the long-term consequences? But even with what we know right now, we can go further to the regional level. To our region. So I would like to ask Mr. Jakubik, what are now the consequences, energy-related consequences of the situation in the Middle East for Europe, for Central Eastern Europe especially, and Poland? What are the reactions of countries in the region? What it can change in our thinking also about the energy sector, energy security?
So when it comes to this crisis, everything depends on the length of this crisis, because what Petra said was really important, that we will need some time to recover, but we didn't even start to recover. We won't know when we will start to recover as soon as we don't know when the conflict ends. Even if the conflict ends, we have an asymmetric forces in the region which could have an impact on security of supply for a long time to come. So we cannot even define what is the final point of this conflict and when it really ends, no matter what is tweeted about it. So that is the big question mark around the Middle Eastern impact on our situation right now. And to some extent, of course, it is a question of price in our region. But the question of price is not only the one question we need to ask, it is also a question of volumes, especially when we move from the crude oil to different products that we take out of oil using our refineries. So if we look at jet fuel, according to European Commission, we could have some shortages of supply, not issues with the prices, the shortages of supply in different parts of Europe this summer. Even this spring, we had issues with Lufthansa flights in Poland because of the Middle Eastern crisis. We cannot move easily through Europe. We cannot move easily products. What about the troops in terms like that, in situation like this? So looking from the Central and Eastern European perspective, we have a huge risk when it comes to jet fuel, when it comes to military mobility in possible scenario in which we need to use our mobility this summer. We have some security of supply issues with Russia when it comes to Druzhba oil pipeline, which is supplying the Schwedt refinery in Germany. Just now, what a coincidence, right? Just now. And why the Schwedt refinery is so important? Because we get the jet fuel for the eastern NATO flank from the Schwedt refinery. We want to get the jet fuel supply from Schwedt refinery through the NATO pipe to Poland that is being negotiated right now, and we could have a security of supply issue this summer when we have the information about possible hybrid activities from Russia in Baltic states this summer, and we need to fuel the response this summer in case something is happening. And connecting the Middle Eastern crisis with this small strange accident with supply from Kazakh oil fields, as it's called, through Russia to Germany, we could have a big issue this summer. So the case is really serious right now, and it's not only about our business activity, it could be also about the very straight, very hard security of our troops in the eastern NATO flank. So looking from the wider perspective, this crisis is fueling this approach to go through energy transition, but we cannot exchange reliance on Russia to be more reliant on China's technology. We need to look for our own technology. We could have different black horses of energy transition, but the best horses are bred in our own stables, not somewhere in Far East, not only the East, but the Far East. We have a growing risk of going back to business with Russia, because there are voices that because of this crisis we need to get the hydrocarbons from somewhere. Of course, the best route could be Nord Stream 2. There are talks from different places around Europe, of course, not officially, but they are serious. This crisis could fuel the forces who could win the elections, for example, in France or Germany, who would like to see Nord Stream getting back online, who would like to see different Russian, European projects go online again, in spite of what is happening. So Poland is providing an alternative which is heavily invested, which is a great economic opportunity. I'm speaking about the Polish gas hub. So this initiative fueled by US LNG, Qatari LNG also, channeled through Poland already to Ukraine. There are talks about Slovakia, even about Hungary, depending on their choices. So we can do it. We have the infrastructure. It could be connected to American gas hub in Henry Hub when it comes to the price. So that could be the great economic alternative to getting back to reliance on Russia, which is not too wise from my perspective. But I'm also speaking about the fuel supply through oil port in Gdańsk. This Monday, German Minister of Economy was visiting Schwedt refinery and was speaking about supplies through Poland outside of Russia. I hope and keep my fingers crossed for resolution in this matter. So this threat could fuel further diversification away from Russia and different other regimes that we don't want to get reliant on. And this discussion is not about some future developments, but also about the security of supply and hard security of NATO eastern flank this summer. And we have different recommendations when it comes to that.
Thank you very much. As we see, the implications are various in different fields, also regarding not energy security only, but this hard security. So we have to take it into account. As Russia was mentioned, I would like to ask Ella Kaca about the impact of the blockade of the Hormuz Strait on Russia and the situation which it caused in the energy markets on Russia's energy export and budget revenues. So how the situation looks from the Russian perspective when it comes to the conflict in the Middle East?
Thank you, Damian, for your question. Sorry to say, but I think that Russia is the only economic winner of this crisis. You know, when the oil supplies from Gulf disrupted, a sudden gap on the oil market appeared, and the buyers needed oil fast, and they turned to Russia, even though under a normal sanction situation, Moscow would really struggle to sell its oil. And this shift happened in a very unfortunate moment, in a moment when Russia's economy was in its weakest point since 2022. Finally, this was a moment when Western sanctions started to bite, when Russian GDP had stalled, when inflation was high, when the financial reserves were shrinking, when the oil prices were low. I mean, G7 plus coalition was almost to succeed. And then the Middle East war happened, and the situation changed overnight. You have to remember all that Russia still has a quite significant share in global oil supplies of around 11%. So what does it mean? It means that in a case of supply shock caused by Gulf disruption, Asian buyers turned to Russia. And this was pretty much helped by easing the sanctions by United States on Russian oil in March and April this year. As a result, what we can see now is that Russia increased its oil exports and it cleared the oil which was stuck on a shadow fleet vessels. You have to remember that before the war, there were lots of Russian oil stored on the water and waiting for customers. So in terms of the numbers, we have seen that the prices of Urals peaked even at some point at $116 per barrel, the highest value in 13 years. The discount to Brent has narrowed, and the refined products have followed the same trend. And if it comes to the revenues in March, because we have full data for March, to some extent for April, in March the increase of revenues from tax was like 100% month to month. And in terms of the numbers, Russia earned around 7-8 billion of euros monthly from the tax. So in short, it really gave a short-term boost to Russian budget. And the key question, obviously, is how long will it last? And obviously, it will all depend on how long the blockade of Strait of Hormuz lasts, but also, you know, on how long we will recover from this crisis. Then it will depend on how strictly the sanctions will be enforced and what will be the future of US sanctions on Russian oil. And third, it will obviously depend on the how effective Ukrainian strikes on Russian energy infrastructure remain.
Thank you, Ella. Yeah, we see that unfortunately there are countries which gains from this situation, which could be detrimental for the security of Europe. But we can stay with the Russian issue. You mentioned sanctions and how they can work in the future. What is the effectiveness of those sanctions? That's the question. It's given all the geopolitical uncertainty, the weaponization of energy, also this kind of conflicts emerging in the world, like in the Middle East. How, based on Russia's case, the energy sanctions can be effective if it's still an useful tool in our toolkit?
A weapon. Well, look, in 2022, the G7 Plus coalition did something unprecedented. It sanctioned one of the world's biggest oil suppliers. And we have to be realistic. In such a situation, sanctions cannot stop the war, but they can weaken the aggressor. They can limit Russia's finances. So the role of sanctions is to hold Russian bull by the horns. And in this respect, I think sanctions are working. We will publish next week, together with my colleague Timon Pastucha, energy analyst at PISM, a quite long report on the Russian oil, on the sanctions imposed on Russian oil sector, but also on the shadow fleet. And let me share some conclusions from this report. We really see that the sanctions Western energy sanctions have really worsened the condition of Russia's oil export. Russia had to redirect its oil to new customers, mainly China, India, and Turkey. But the sanctions forced Russia to sell it on a discount. And the Russian revenues fell also because of the higher transportation costs, because of the reduced production and refining capacity, because of Ukrainian strikes, obviously, and because of lower global oil prices. And at the end of the day, between 2022 and 2025, hydrocarbon revenues fell from the level of 40% of Russian budget to around of 20-25% of Russian budget. In real terms, it fell by 1/3. we have seen that in this period of time, the oil production fell slightly by around 5%, and the exports by 10%, and the refinery output by about 4%. So those are real structural costs. But the biggest challenge nowadays is Russian shadow fleet, because this is the main tool for Russia to bypass sanctions. And let me say a few words about this challenge, because I think that this is a new normal currently in maritime oil trade. We see evidently that Russia's invasion accelerated the rise of a huge shadow fleet of old tankers which operate outside the standard maritime rules. First, the scale. Russia currently uses around 700 of tankers, which are coordinated, what is very important, through a central state-driven system. Some tankers are even escorted by Russian Navy, some are guarded by military intelligence or some private companies. We see also the increase of a flexible fleet tankers which serves Russia, Iran, and Venezuela, and this is a new trend. Second, the risk. These ships are old, poorly maintained, and underinsured, and obviously they cause incidents, spills, and dangerous ship-to-ship transfers. Since 2022, media reported around 25 incidents with the involvement of Russian shadow fleet, also in the Baltic Sea, and likely more accidents happened because of a hidden nature of shadow fleet. Some of the vessels have been suspected of sabotage of undersea cables, and also suspected of intelligence activities. Third, what was the response, and if the response was effective? So basically the G7 plus coalition answered by sanctioning the vast majority of vessels, and also by sanctioning the ecosystem supporting it, meaning the intermediaries in third countries, the oil traders, the port refineries, insurance companies, etc. But what we see, what was the result of this action, is that it make costlier for Russia to operate by shadow fleet, but it has not stopped shadow tankers. I mean, the reality nowadays is that a majority of Russian oil is transported by sanctioned vessels, and the problem is, which is my fourth point, the legal loopholes. I mean, Russia exploits the loopholes in global maritime governance. I mean here, for instance, the weak oversight of tanker acquisition, second, the permissive flag registries, and third, the limits to detain tankers under UNCLOS. So we see some progress. For instance, the diplomatic outreach to flag registries produced positive impact. Some flag registries have deregistered Russian tankers, and we see that to greater extent, the tankers are falsely flagged or stateless, and it means that the options for detaining them are higher. We see the increased number of detention on the Baltic Sea. So far, we have dozens of such detentions, but still it is not enough. So what we might do now is, first of all, it would be useful if United States would not prolong the license allowing to buy Russian oil. Second, it would be useful if EU and UK adopt a ban on maritime services to Russian oil, because then Russia would not have the option to switch between G7 logistic and shadow logistic. And third, it would be useful to significantly increase the detention of falsely flagged and stateless vessels on the Baltic Sea and North Sea. And I think, to conclude, I would say that this is really the moment when Russian economy is weak, and we should kick it more. And if you are interested by further recommendations, I recommend you to visit PISM website next week. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So there are some effects of the sanctions, the rising costs of exporting oil, energy, minerals from hydrocarbons from Russia, but we still have many challenges in this regard. Many loopholes are still existing. Talking about challenges and getting back to the main topic of our discussion, the energy security, one of the challenges which we have to face are hybrid threats. So we have to be prepared for different kinds of activities of the malign actors in Europe. So I'd like to ask Mr. Jakubik about these kinds of hybrid threats which we are facing. Which are, in your opinion, the most dangerous one, which we have to be prepared for? What kind of instruments, tools we have to develop or create to face those challenges? How it looks from your point of view?
Okay, firstly, I'd like to support this appeal to kick the Russian economy harder right now when it's working. It's not a coincidence that they are, every time they call Donald Trump, they ask to lift the sanctions. Like, if they wouldn't work, they wouldn't ask to make them go away. So we have empirical proof that is written in media and in stone. So I really support it, and I will read this report with pleasure. So when it comes to the hybrid war in general, it is a misleading term, as we all probably agreed, that hybrid war is a kind of tools that are used to lead the war before we announce it, before we move our troops to other state, but we can lead a war using those hybrid tools, let's say. So looking from the perspective of energy sector, the war is ongoing already. So we have proved instances of sabotage, of reconnaissance, of surveillance of our critical infrastructure in Poland and in different places all around Europe. We have different fires going in Warsaw already, not in energy sector, but it could happen in the energy sector tomorrow. We are heavily reliant on chokeholds on the map, like Danish Straits, because if something happens in Danish Straits tomorrow, no matter how much LNG we contract from US, no matter how much diesel, oil or anything else we contract to get to Gdańsk, to get somewhere in Central and Eastern Europe, it won't get here if there is an incident. It could be even an environmental threat, incident connected to the Shadow Fleet, for example, tomorrow, not in 10 years. So this hybrid war is being led against us. It is another way of leading a war, and the answer is not only legal. Of course, we have those legal considerations in place, but the answer is deterrence, like it is in hardcore war considerations. We need to deter the fleet. If we say we want to make an abordage of Ghost Fleet tanker, we need to do it to be credible, to deter our counterparts in the East. That is really important from the perspective of NATO, not only from the perspective of energy sector, which is in normal situation, it is a civic sector which cannot do anything more than a civic protection, not a deterrence. Deterrence is a role for military people, and they need to have tools to do something about it. Energy sector is not the partner to do stuff when it comes to deterrence. Right? So we need to have this clear cooperation between the military sphere and the sector, the energy sector, which is having its role when it comes to the critical infrastructure inside every country, but it is not a military sector. So we need to somehow differentiate the roles we have. So we in the energy sector can support, can invite someone. The good examples are cooperation between our national operators in gas field, in energy field with the military in Poland. We need to have more instances like that. We need to think about the security of NATO lake, which is Baltic Sea, obviously. We need to deter the threat from Russia on this lake. We need to think about prolonging missions like our Baltic Sentry mission inside NATO, stuff like that is deterring. It's not only about the civic devices to make the threat be less destructible to our sector. So when we are looking for non-Russian supply, we need to look for alternative routes. That is why the initiatives like the NATO pipeline prolongation to Poland, to Czech Republic is really important, because if something is happening on the sea, we have the pipe, and the pipe could be rebuilt in 3 days, not 3 months like it is in some instances in the Middle East right now. So that is really crucial for us. It is ridiculous that our critical infrastructure is still under influence from Russia, like the Schwedt refinery, which is majority stakes are in Rosneft's hands. Of course, it is managed by the German government, and that's really great news, but it's not a solution. We need to find a solution as soon as possible. Of course, American factor could have a play here, but we need to find some solution now, because the threat is now, this summer, not somewhere in the future. When it comes to Ghost Fleet, a lot was said, and it is really important and well said. But to deter, we need to increase our capabilities to use force against such threats. Ukrainian long-term sanctions, as it was called, is a really good example of how to work with such threat, how to deter, how to limit the capabilities, and we need to have those capabilities. It's outside of my expertise, but military experts know that we need to develop the drone capabilities, that we need to have this diffusion of expertise from Ukraine to NATO countries as soon as possible with concrete steps, including the private sector, because you cannot do everything centralized and you cannot make it happen as quick as you need by only using the state tools. If you look at the from down to top approach in Ukraine, when you have multiple private actors creating those drone capabilities, it is also inspiring also for the energy sector in Poland. If we don't want to have the LNG terminal being blown up this summer, let's say. When it comes to different recommendations, we also need to look at better protection of LNG terminal in Świnoujście, different terminals in Central and Eastern Europe, the oil ports. We need to look at the energy bridge between the Baltic states and Poland, because they are connected physically with the energy network in Europe through Poland, and this infrastructure is also under heavy strain. If something is happening with the Kaliningrad exclave, it could also include an impact on energy security supply of the Baltic states, the physical supply of energy and resources. We need to have this bridge better secured, also in case there are some malign actions under the threshold of Article 5, because with the energy crisis, there is a growing risk that there will be internal forces in our countries that will support such moves from our external threat. So when it comes to the threats, we also need to remind about the penetration of Chinese devices in our critical infrastructure. This topic is brought up by European Commission, but also by the NATO. When we go off the fossil fuels, we go into the renewables and the green technologies, which are the main export product of Chinese right now. So we need to have an answer to that, not only by decreasing reliance on Russia and China, but also by developing our own capabilities to decrease reliance on fossil fuels on our terms, not to replace one dependence by the different one. So in the end, it is a question, what can we do right now to protect ourselves from a threat that could emerge this summer? It is not a consideration of a long-term process of derussification and not entering in Chinese reliance in next 10 years. It is a question of hard security of supply and hard security of NATO this summer.
Thank you very much. There are a lot of areas that should be covered and we should take a look at. Also, thank you for the ideas, what can be done in this regard. There are a lot of activities. to deter, to also to coordinate within government, between governments, but also with the private sector. This is very important, and the lessons learned from the Ukrainian side, I think this is also crucial for our security and resilience. I have one more question to Mr. Katinas, but I would like to encourage our audience to prepare questions for the Q&A session, which will start in a couple of minutes. So if you get any questions, just to be prepared to ask our panelists. And I would like to ask the last question in this round directed to Mr. Katinas. We were talking about the hybrid threats, but also based on your research, what are the effective ways of increasing the resilience of European energy sector, EU energy sector, in case of war or kinetic threats for the infrastructure, for the whole energy sector? What kind of recommendations can you give to our audience?
So, yeah, that's a very valuable question. This research is still ongoing, so there remains to be seen. However, I can share with you some insights which we actually found out at this moment. So first of all, probably that we should stop treating Europe's energy sector as a purely civilian infrastructure. So this is number one, and Wojciech already mentioned that. So we should include energy planning into defense planning. This is probably number one that we need to do, because many of our troops are still dependent on civilian infrastructure. I think NATO numbers shows that 75% of needed infrastructure is owned or run by civilians. So basically we are sit in the same boat. If for example Greece are affected, everyone is affected, civilians and military at some point. So this is number one. The second thing is resilience by design. This is probably the main thing, and I think Poland is pretty successful. You have pretty successful story in the Baltic Sea. I think that cooperation between energy development company, I want to advertise that company, and defense company. They actually already worked on offshore project and install some specific defense systems such as radars and additional sensors. On top of that, what I would like to emphasize specifically is that we need to forget that our energy infrastructure and energy market was built for peacetime. Since the 2022, we are not that, and we see that it's affected by prices, it's affected by various hybrid attacks and so on and so forth. And we're talking about only these kind of attacks. We do not talk about what Ukrainians have been experiencing this full-scale invasion, which I go further a little bit later. So the third thing is that we see already the EU Commission has been doing pretty well thing when it comes to transport mobility planning. There are already funds to increase specifically rails, bridges that can expand military capabilities. However, when it comes to energy infrastructure, we still have the problem here, though the discussions between NATO and the EU Commission is ongoing, and they're trying to solve. However, it's still not in place. And having in mind that, and this is especially important for our region, as I come from Lithuania, the biggest, the largest, or the newest projects will be built in the Baltics and the Northern Sea. So for us, it's essential to invest into all our infrastructure. And last but not least, from a strategic standpoint, we all speak about NATO 5% spending and 1.5% specifically to resilience. However, if you take in monetary value, 1.5% investments when your economy is booming it means one amount of money. But however, if economy goes down, it means totally another amount of money, which basically we can stop some projects, and I'm not talking specifically about energy, but with military capacity as well. So these are probably the four strategic point of views. However, there are things that we can learn from Ukrainians. So first of all, physical hardening. Well, when I speak with Ukrainian armed forces, when I speak with civil, with NGO sector, one thing that they always emphasize that harden your physical infrastructure. It's the easiest way, the cheapest way. There are many things. How can we do that? Sandbags and so on and so forth. So this is the one thing. The second thing is especially it's important. It's a manpower, because when the full-scale invasion started, what happened that Ukrainian had lack of engineers who can repair energy system. So this is a huge problem which we might face. On another thing which people from armed forces, they know that they train every day. It's one thing is to recover and operate under peace conditions. Another thing is when you know that drone or cruise or ballistic missile can fly into you and basically destroy. So at the same point, we need to start thinking about training engineers, or military should be capable of recovering energy infrastructure as well. Last but, okay, not the last, but so another thing which worked pretty well, and I think that leveraging decentralization. Basically all our energy infrastructure is very centralized, and in Ukraine it was easier for due to Soviet heritage of electricity system, but as well because of centralization, it was very easy to hit critical nodes of energy infrastructure and remove or create a blackout, for example, in Ukraine. So what actually worked is creating a decentralization. In Ukraine, they do have very successful projects like in Vinnytsia, in Khmelnytsky, where actually solar panels, batteries, small gas-fired plants, they work together. And it doesn't mean that they are disconnected from the main civilian grids. However, if Russians would hit, then those communities could survive at this point. And last but not least is standardization of spare parts. We are in the eastern flank, so we need to face that the reality and that we might face in the eastern flank is a bit different reality that probably Dutch or Belgians will face. So for us, it's very important to have spare parts, to make more redundant power system. This is the most important thing, to have spare parts, because Ukrainians, they had to go on Amazon and try to, this is the real story about Amazon, they had to go on Amazon and buy some additional stuff. So stockpiling is very important. So these are probably the main thing that we should invest, and we should think in the future. And last thing is, as well, I mentioned, NATO troops has NATO standards. We should probably think about standardization in energy in case of war.
Thank you very much. Very important lessons learned and recommendations, I think, to be prepared, and the energy sector to be prepared for in case of war or any kinetic threats with decentralization, the stockpiles of parts. That's, I think, very practical and important issues. I would like to collect now 2-3 questions from the audience, and we'll see how much time we'll spend on it. I see one person, and second one, yes, and the third one. Okay, so maybe.
Hi, I'm Przemysław Biskup from PISM. I wanted to ask a question about the topic that hasn't been really discussed, but I think is quite central. In a way, it's an elephant in the room. To what extent is still the European Green Deal viable under the conditions you were describing during the panel? Especially in respect of basically progressing disappearance of refineries from Europe. We had, I believe, around 25 refineries being closed down in last 10 years in Europe. And policy not to use sovereign fossil fuel deposits, not to exploit them in Europe, which could help to relieve the difficult situation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Then we get one question from the right side.
Yeah. Hello, everyone. So I would like to ask about the sanction against Russia, how hard it is affecting on European economy, and also in the case of the long-term confrontation, can European country such as Hungary survive without Russian oil and energy resource? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And here we got the gentleman in the second row.
Heritage Foundation. Quick question. So we talk a lot about Russian shadow fleets, ghost fleets. Who are the consumers? Who buys them? Which government, which country, as far as you know? Second, quick, can you comment on Azerbaijan? I think the energy supply from Azerbaijan, whether this is whatever conduit, interesting because Italy has been buying a lot from Azerbaijan.
Thank you very much. Maybe just one last question. Here, the gentleman in the third row, please.
Thank you very much. Víctor Mijares, Universidad de los Andes in Bogota, Colombia. Mrs. Casa, you mentioned briefly about the impact of Venezuela in the oil market right now, considering, of course, all the processes that the United States have been driving there. Can you elaborate a little bit more about this impact? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for very interesting questions. I would like to ask the panelists, you can choose what questions would you like to answer. I mean, the Venezuela question, probably sanctions, was directed to Ella, but the Green Deal, also the shadow fleet and the customers of the shadow fleet, and the energy supplies from Azerbaijan was also mentioned. So maybe we can start with Ella, with all, who would like to start? Mr. Jakubik on Green Deal, please.
Start with the Green Deal, because it's really an entertaining topic, because of course, European Green Deal was an optimistic scenario of a green development from times that have gone away. Green Deal was proposed in 2018 or 19, just before the pandemics, just before the energy crisis imposed on Europe by Russia, just before the invasion on Ukraine. So we have an obvious empirical preconditions to update the European Green Deal. So when it comes to the general idea of getting independent from fossil fuels, to stay independent from hostile regimes, to stay independent in general, to have this sovereignty when it comes to getting your energy, the idea is good, but when it comes to realization and when it comes to the present situation, as it was said by some Polish politician, we will burn what we got. It was said in Poland by one of the politicians in 2022, and it describes the situation pretty well, that in times of war, which is physical in Ukraine, but it is also being led against us right now in energy sector, for example, we need to look for the ways to get energy which are working. So we are not seeing too many hydrogen tanks right now. So we need to fuel the tanks with fossil fuels. That's the life. That's how we do it, and that's how we will do it with the equipment that we have just bought for 50 years to come, right? F-35s that will serve in Polish military for 50 years, I don't know, I'm not a specialist, will burn fossil fuels for 50 years. Maybe we will do something about it in future, but not this summer. So that's the situation with European Green Deal in general. We need to find pragmatic solutions like the Ukrainians did, because they don't have a fight between the aggregates, the diesel generators and renewables. When the diesel generator works, it is being used. When the renewables are working, they are being implemented and they are being used. And that's a good approach to update the European Green Deal, because the Green Deal as an idea was devised for the times of peace, for the times of greater and greater prosperity, and this perspective is really far away right now.
Thank you very much. On sanctions and Venezuela?
I'll probably add a little bit about Green Deal, so I'll be very fast.
We can try to be very brief as we are running out of time.
Yeah, I'll be very fast. So I think that we don't need to throw out everything, because I keep hearing that from time to time that we need to get rid of that. I think at some point diversification of power generation, at some point it really helped. that we have additional power generation. But I speak specifically about civilians. I won't touch. I will not touch military aspects. However, Green Deal overall, as Wojtek mentioned already, it brings us two things. One thing that we have, so the EU needs to have its strategic purpose to generate inside the Europe. And Green Deal helps us to do that. However, there are other power generations tools that can be like nuclear or others. So we need to make a decision. But the strategic aim is to have our generation inside the EU. However, with that comes another dependency, which is China, and it's a bit bigger dependence. Not only in energy, it's in defense as well. That critical raw materials, rare earth elements, many weaponry systems, they need these materials as well, be it HIMARS, be it F-35, be it solar panels. And this is a huge competition between, it will be a kind of competition between military sector and energy sector. That's why we need even bigger cooperation on critical raw materials between NATO members, the EU members, how actually we're gonna solve dependence on China, because we cannot be dependent on China both on energy and on defense.
Thank you very much. And Ella, what questions you would like to choose to answer?
So maybe I will start with this question on the consequences of sanctions on Europe. I mean, the consequences were felt in 2022, especially in the second half of the year, when in some Central European countries the inflation was really high, even reaching of 30%. As far as I remember, but EU managed because there were lots of subsidies at national level for energy sector, and really very quickly adjusted to a new to this new situation when in the oil and gas sector, I mean, it cut the dependency on Russian fossil fuels. And currently it is only Slovakia and Hungary still taking fossil fuels from Russia, but they are obliged to finish it till 2027, as far as I remember, according to Repower Europe. If it comes to this question, who is taking Russian oil, I mean, it is China, India, and Turkey, even the sanctioned even from sanctioned tankers. But the issue is here that, you know, the sanctions make Russia to propose a higher discount. So this is the issue, to make Russia earn less from diesel. And if it comes to the impact on Venezuela, I would advise to speak with my colleague Timon Pastocha during a coffee break. I would also I have like 2-3 minutes, say that, you know, if it comes to the energy security, it is really there is no time to waste, I think so, because we are already in a war scenario with Russia. You know that after 2022, Russia adopted a new strategy of financing saboteurs in the EU. It is recruiting people to do some small sabotage firstly, and then to reach, for instance, some refineries or set a fire in Lithuania. So really, we do not have a time to waste, and we really need to invest in defending our energy infrastructure. And it also really we need to invest into a multidisciplinary approach, because we see, for instance, that to detect Russian saboteurs, we need to cooperate with financial sector, with cryptocurrencies, because lots of financial flows goes over there. So we really need to have a very comprehensive approach. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, please, Mr. Jakubik.
Really quick, about the refining capacity, it is a question of military security to sustain our refining capacity in spite of our energy transition goals, because we won't meet them if we are under occupation. When it comes to sanctions, they were not the reason of economic issues connected to energy crunch that was possible because of our dependence on Russian gas. When it comes to wonderful Russian gas that we heard about the molecules that have no nationality and so on, it was the cheapest until it went away on Russian decision, making Germany having recession for several quarters because of dependence on Russian gas. So it is not a question of the price in Excel, but the general price, the price of security also. And Hungary could order some LNG even from Poland tomorrow. It could order some non-Russian oil tomorrow, and it did to some extent, but it is their political choice to do nothing about it and to complain about it and to make us in Europe pay for their diversification. They are looking for money right now. So that's my approach.
Thank you very much. We got 1 minute, so Mr. Katinas, maybe last final remark.
Oh, okay, I'll try to do final remark, though I wanted to return to refineries a little bit and Green Deal, because currently the EU Commission, and this is, I see, a problem, that the European Commission and banks, they do not fund anymore either new refineries, either NATO pipeline, or either other projects that are related to fossil fuel. So I think that this should be discussed by NATO and the EU, and some kind of a exemption should be done, as, for example, was done through master criteria, so countries could borrow more if they spend for defense. So this is what I wanted to say, and probably last but not least, I honestly want to say that we need to stop treating European energy security as purely civilian infrastructure. We all sit in the same boat, and if something happens, we all be affected, and I hope it's not gonna happen, or if Russians will show their place where they have to go.
Thank you very much. We have run out of time in this panel, but I hope that we spend this time very effectively. I have learned a lot from the panelists, and of course the discussion can be ongoing during the coffee, and in the corridors. So please join me in thanking our panelists for the great discussion, and give him a round of applause.
Thank you to all the panelists. Damian, please join us for a quick recap of this discussion, please.
Damian, we have heard that energy has become a target, a weapon, and a source of resilience somehow at the same time, of course. What was the strongest message from this discussion to you?
I think we have to keep in mind that energy security is a crucial part of the security of the state, of the whole society approach. So we have to put it in the central point of the strategies when we talking about resilience, about security of the state. What I will keep also in mind is that our energy sector, the whole architecture, was prepared for the peacetime. So the peace dividend has ended. Apparently, we have to be prepared for hybrid threats, which are ongoing right now, but also kinetic threats, even the possibility of some conflict in the region. So we have to bear in mind that energy sector as a crucial part of the industry, economy, also how the society works and how we live on a daily basis, should be prepared for this kind of events, for some kind of conflict, disruptions. So we have to adjust our energy sector to this kind of new reality which we are living in.
Thank you, Damian, for your insight. That was very interesting.
Thank you
very much. In our next session, we're slightly shifting our focus, though many of the key actors remain the same. The next panel is entitled The Russian-China-DPRK Axis and the Threat to the Indo-Pacific and Euro-Atlantic Security.
Please welcome Chon Hae-won, professor at the Institute of Foreign Affairs and National Security of the Korea National Diplomatic Academy.
Jakob Hallgren, director of Swedish Institute of International Affairs.
Akita Hiroyuki, commentator for Nikkei.
The discussion will be led by Justyna Szczudlik, Deputy Head of Research at the Polish Institute of International Affairs.
But first, please enjoy the clip.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Finally, the panel about Asia. I'm so happy to be a moderator. But before we begin our discussion, I would like to tell you that we are so happy here in PISM that we have managed to invite our 3 speakers. We have a really fantastic panel lineup, and I would like to tell you why. Because the panel is about access, China-Russia-DPRK axis. And our panelists are from Sweden, Japan, and Korea. And why it is extremely important to have those 3 panelists here talking about this axis. First of all, Sweden is a new NATO member. Why? Because of Russia, because of Russia's invasion. Sweden is also a member of Neutral Nations Supervisory Commission, together with Switzerland and Poland. And to be honest, in April, the meeting of this commission was in Warsaw. And also Sweden, I remember the moment when a Chinese ambassador to Sweden was very hawkish, and he was, I would say, he represented this wolf warrior diplomacy, Chinese wolf warrior diplomacy. So I think it's really good to have you, Jacob, in our panel. And it is also great to have Hewon and Hiro from Korea and Japan, because Japan and Korea are US allies with US troops on the ground, 28,000 in Republic of Korea, 54,000 in Japan. And also I'd like to remind you about the very famous remark that was given by Prime Minister of Japan, Takaichi, in the end of 2025, when she said that Chinese attack on Taiwan could constitute an existential crisis for Japan. So we see how important those 3 countries are when it comes to this discussion. And now I'd like to ask you the question about this axis. Because, you know, since the invasion of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, we have been talking for years, the last 4 years, that there is a China-Russia cooperation, alignment, alliance, you name it. And it is pretty obvious. We know that China supports Russia in a very substantial way, politically, economically, and militarily or dual use. But now we have a kind of a newcomer, I would say, DPRK. And DPRK is a newcomer in a sense that, that DPRK in a pretty obvious and noticeable open way is active in this war, because there are North Korean troops in Ukraine, of course, on the Russian side, and DPRK provides Russia with weapons, munition. So, and also we have, you know, China-Russia cooperation, and I said we know that China and DPRK are allies. This is the only one ally on paper, Chinese one. Now we have some kind of a conditions that we have a alliance between Russia and North Korea. Russia is dependent on China. Korea is dependent on China. So I would like to ask you, what is this kind of cooperation right now? What we have been observing, is it an axis, the real partnership, the real kind of alliance, or maybe it is a kind of a game those 3 countries are playing with each other or against each other? So I would like to ask you what it is. What is this kind of China-Russia-DPRK cooperation? Just to, let's say understand where we are and try to define what it is. And I will just start the first the question just to address to Hewon.
Well, I would start with a very undiplomatic
Perfect, we like it.
expression as a person from diplomatic academy. I would say with the sense of humor, partners in crime. I think that will be very offensive for three countries, but I think it shows a bit of what kind of disorder they pursue with their partnerships. In a more academic and official way, I would describe their relationships as institutionalized, enduring cooperation among like-minded countries, which has been tested with experiences. In a sense, like-minded countries, I think we have described ourselves among like Poland, Japan, Korea, US, and European countries in many ways. But I think also these three countries are like-minded countries in a sense that they share values, strategic goals, and worldviews. So I think that in that sense, they are like-minded countries. I would say institutionalized, as you described about these treaties which govern the relations, especially the new treaty between Russia and North Korea. And also, I would say enduring, because I don't think this is just one-time thing because of war in Ukraine. I think this is a partnership which they found unique laws from each other, which cannot be played by others. And then they found that they can feel confidence about each other's aid at the time of the need. I will stop here.
Thanks a lot, Hawan. I like this notion, partners in crime, and the fact that they are like-minded countries. We like to use these like-minded countries as us. It's a Western, I would say, country. So I like it. Thanks a lot. So Jacob, from your perspective, is it alliance, the real, they trust each other, or they are playing a game against each other? What is it?
I agree with what Hawan said, and I would like to say that after Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine in 2022, this has become more apparent, and they have kind of been driven closer to each other. The new alliance or strategic partnership between Russia and the DPRK, and the very concrete expressions of that with the troops, artillery, and missile, etc., are of course a very evident and strong illustration of how they, as a result of Russia's full-scale invasion, have started to collaborate much closer. Russia became sanctioned in ways it was not before. It cannot trade with Europe in the same way. They had to look to the east. China cannot afford a losing or an imploding Russia, so China has become the big enabler for Russia's war effort, and Russia needed manpower and munition. So this is like a partners in crime, or I mean, out of necessity, they have had to collaborate much closer. Now, that being said, they of course have very differing interests as well, and I think it's also important at the outset here, when we talk about this as an axis, to also be frank about that China is of course the gorilla, much bigger in economic and political weight, and the other two are essentially client states, if I compare, and this I think has also translated into that China acts more carefully because they have much bigger interests. They are much more a big and important player in the global economy than what Russia is and what DPRK ever will be.
Thanks, Jacob. It is that I agree with you that it's because of the manpower, some kind of thing that Russia really needs. But also thinking, and I would like to also, it's the same question to Hiro, but sometimes when I look at this kind of cooperation, and as Jacob also mentioned, is a kind of, that those two countries, I mean, Russia and North Korea, they are so dependent on China. So maybe the PRK decided to start a kind of a game to be less dependent. Same with Russia, just to show China, okay, we are not only dependent on you, but we could cooperate. DPRK could provide us, from the Russian perspective, some kind of a manpower, but also the munition. So what, in your perspective, is this kind of axis, if a triangle, it does not matter how we call it, but what is the substance of those cooperations?
Okay, thank you very much for having me. First of all, this is a perfect combination, but Korean food is very spicy, Japanese sushi is least spicy, and you have a middle Western food, so I'm sure this panel is a very good combination. And to be serious, I often compare the global politics to global weather. Yeah, in this context, until last year, I saw this way about China, Russia, North Korea. China is climate change. China wants to change the ecosystem of global politics. And their ultimate goal is to establish a Chinese-led order. So that is similar to a tributary system. Tributary system with China at the top. So it's hierarchical order. And I'm not accusing China, it is their DNA. China always tried to establish tributary world order as they rise as great power. It was the case in Ming Dynasty, it was the case in Qin Dynasty. So that is China. And China is, climate change sounds like a mild, but it is most dangerous because climate change will destabilize the world and cause more natural disaster, like a typhoon and more flood and more tornado. And then Russia. Russia is not climate change. Russia cannot promote climate change in a way China does, but Russia is a hurricane. So hurricane hits you once or twice and cause catastrophic damage, but it cannot last many years. In the long run, they will hit the peak and then fade away. Or maybe they will come back again, but they will hit the peak and fade away. So after all, Russia is, I'm not saying it is not dangerous. It is dangerous, but that Russia is declining power. And it is more dangerous when big power in the process of decline, because they think that they don't have enough time to achieve their goal. So that is Russia. And from my perspective, North Korea is tornado. Tornado is unpredictable, and tornado can kill you, can kill me. But when tornado hit something, it will be the end of tornado. They cannot hit 100 times. So I think that if North Korea launch full-scale invasion to South Korea or launch nuclear ballistic missile to Japan, maybe it is the end of North Korea. So in short, I think China's climate change is giving typhoon, Russia, and tornado, North Korea, to be more active. Because China's climate change is eroding Western-led rule-based order. So they are collaborating in that way. China climate change make it more easier for Russia to do whatever they want to do, and also that makes give tornado more space to go around. So this is my view. Thank you.
Thanks, Hiro. I like this metaphor that China is a climate change, Russia is hurricane, and DPRK is tornado. So based on this kind of metaphor, I would like to ask Hwanden, Jacob, and Hiro again about the impact on us. On us, I mean on the Euro-Atlantic and Asia-Pacific regions, because Hiro, you mentioned that Russia is declining power, and well, it is, but still is very dangerous. And being here in Warsaw, you know it how we feel it, because we have like war just in our immediate neighborhood. And as Jacob mentioned, that DPRK provides Russia with manpower and munition. So okay, declining power, but receiving some kind of assistance, and it could be more aggressive. And in Asia Pacific, you have a DPRK, which is hurricane, as you said. So I would like to ask you about the impact on us, this kind of cooperation from perspective from Asia Pacific and Europe. What kind of impact this cooperation has on us from your perspective? Hwan?
I think I would say three things. First, sanctions are not option anymore in a way to effectively control the situation, because we have already seen that China and Russia have refused to impose new sanctions on North Korea, and then they have made the expert panels to implement monitoring the implementation of these sanctions impossible to work as well. So sanctions are not anymore our options to control North Korea. Secondly, I think their actions altogether, maybe they don't always work in a very concerted manner, but at the end, it erodes our influences in the global stage. I think Europe is, I was really shocked yesterday to see the panel title of Lonely Europe. It's like, don't say that please. It's like, it scares the other US allies on our side of the region. I think, but it's true that Europe is very busy with dealing with your problems, and then all the US allies on the world is watching how would deal with your current security crisis. And if you don't go through this well, I wouldn't define how to win the war or what is the winning the war, but still, if you don't go through this well, I think the liberal democracies in the world would be really losing influences for the rest of the world. So that's that kind of thing. And the third one is the cost of dealing with possible crisis has become higher, because I think war in Ukraine shows that you are not just dealing with Russia, you are dealing with North Korea and then possibly China in very different ways. So, and they don't always show how much in what way they're helping each other. So our strategic calculation become very complex without our full knowledge.
Thanks a lot. To be honest, it's great that you said it. I'm not sure if you know the public, general public in Europe is aware that when it comes to Russia and its war against Ukraine, so we have a problem not only with Russia but also with China and North Korea. Thanks a lot. So now, Jacob, the same question to you. What kind of an impact does this have on us, especially that we know that the DPRK is becoming more involved and active in this triangle?
Yeah, well, I like Hiro's analogy with the weather, because it is often said that with one of the symptoms of climate change is more extreme weather events. So I think that the war in Ukraine is maybe such an extreme weather event that we need to deal with, which could have potentially fatal consequences. Now, and as Hiro and also Hwan just alluded to, China wants to, they are the big challenger in the world system. They are now challenging America's unipolar position in the system. It will be very interesting to see the outcomes of the talks in Beijing in the next few days. We will all be able to detect whether China has the upper hand, or, as it has been said, escalation dominance or not, essentially cowing and toning down Trump here. So when you want to establish yourself as a peer competitor in the system, you will of course use every lever you can to weaken the adversaries. So I see it very much as if China indirectly, it's useful for China with Russia's war, it's useful for China with a stronger North Korea. So that is just a general picture. And more concretely, as I have said before, this has direct effects both in Europe and in Asia. If it weren't for China's enabling role, political support, the dual-use goods, etc., that somehow magically turn up in the Russian missiles and in the control and command system, etc., I'm not so sure that they would have been able to withstand and continue the war as long as they have. And also politically, knowing that you're not only dealing with Russia, but actually China in the back is also have some kind of a psychological effect. I already mentioned the very tangible and concrete contribution that North Korea is providing to the war. But let me also highlight another potential area where this might affect us directly, and that is the Arctic. That's maybe not an area where North Korea is very active, but China certainly has very strong interests in the Arctic, and they are using Russia's weakness to that. So for that purpose, that I think is an area when it comes to the northern sea roads, when it comes to mineral extraction, and of course increased military presence. China and Russia has already started to exercise north of the Bering Sound, etc. And that leads me to Asia, where I think that the effects of this are also very tangible. North Korea has very skillfully been able to exploit this new Russian vulnerability to essentially play out Beijing through this strategic partnership, essentially telling the masters in Beijing that, okay, you want to have this tributary system, but we actually have another pole that we could use sometimes, just telling you that we have others to work with here. And you know, very concretely, North Korea's defense and army has now trained troops who know how to conduct modern warfare. They have, in all likelihood, received a lot of tech transfers from Russia for their missile technology, for the submarine technology, both the nuclear-powered submarines and the missile. The SLBM sea-based launched missile technology, etc., which, well, they do not yet possess a nuclear-powered nuclear missile-equipped submarine, but they have certainly approached that moment. So just think of the moment when North Korea will have a second strike nuclear capability cruising around the surface of the Pacific. So where does that leave South Korea, Japan, and the Indo-Pacific NATO allies, US allies, essentially. So this has quite far-reaching effects, which are affecting both theaters, but tying the two theaters together. And what becomes bigger challenges in Asia is also becoming a huge challenge for Europe indirectly. Sorry for being so long, but I got carried away there.
Thank you very much. It was so insightful. So because honestly, we have been talking about this one theater, especially since Russia's invasion of Ukraine. And I think that because of, as you said, that DPRK is pretty skillful and smartly decided to play a game with China also together with Russia. So I think that, and because of DPRK's involvement in the war in Ukraine on the Russian side, of course, this one theater theory of idea is becoming more and more relevant because, you know, it's not only China-Russia, but it's another player. So now I would like to ask Hiro, you the same question about the impact. And you mentioned in a previous intervention about this tributary system that China would like to be built. So would like to have this Tianxia concept once again. So from your perspective, what's the impact of this cooperation on Asia-Pacific or specifically on Japan?
Okay, thank you. So I'd like to make two comments. One is that climate change is not only by China now anymore. We are living in an era of dual climate change. Climate change being caused by China, but also another climate change is climate change being led by Trump administration. So Trump administration is promoting climate change in which US will act alone or unilaterally. And U.S. will not be constrained by international rules or law. So it's kind of a dual climate change. And they compete each other, but without intention. I think Trump administration's climate change is helping China's climate change to accelerate. Because basically Trump's climate change is eroding or shortening the lifetime of Western-led rule-based order. So that is I just want to this point. Then going back to your key question, I think that China, Russia, as Jakob said, China, Russia, North Korea, Russia are helping each other very, very deeply. And on the top of that, Russia and Iran are helping each other. And if I share the one anecdote, China, according to a US government official's estimate, China exports 70 to 90% of machinery and semiconductor that Russia really need to mass produce arms and weapons. And they cannot get it from Western countries. And in return, problem is that it is not one-way street cooperation. In return, Russia is reportedly, allegedly, providing sophisticated technology to modernize nuclear submarine, and also maybe stealth technology. So what is going on is that they help each other to, from our perspective, to escalate, both in Europe and Asia, and also Middle East, Russia, Iran. So my final thought on this, comment is that we, in Europe, in this conference, we discussed about nightmare scenario. Maybe that was the major war in Europe. But from my perspective, nightmare scenario that we should pay attention to is Third World War. As long as war in Ukraine and war in Middle East and crisis in Asia goes on separately, it is just a simultaneous conflict. But if they react each other, or if they cooperate each other, it is not just simultaneous conflict or crisis, but that it is a risk of Third World War because they help each other. So I think that is my, sorry to be pessimistic, but I think that is a reality I think I have to pay attention to. Thank you.
Thanks, Hiro. Once again, it was very interesting that you said about this double climate change, and you mentioned U.S. and its policy right now, and also the concern about the possibility of the Third World War. So just would like to tell our audience that now I would like to ask the last question to my panelists. So after this, the answers, I would like to open the floor to you as we have 27 minutes left. So as we discussed what it is, this kind of cooperation between those three countries and the impact on us. So now I would like to ask you a question, what we can do separately or together to minimize or to mitigate, to prevent the possibility of the Third World War to break out. And as Hiro mentioned, the US, so also because, we have a NATO, you have Japan and Korea have an alliance with the United States. So also about the kind of, we should do it without US, with US, if with US, how to talk to them, so what we can do. So just a short question, what we can do in order to mitigate, minimize, and prevent the Third World War from breaking out. Hawan.
Again, three things. First, economic security. Because I think today and yesterday we talked a lot about how to maintain our security and increase our defense capabilities, not just to Europe, but in the Pacific countries as well. For that, we need a solid economic prosperities, which is not in a very good shape in many countries. So I think economic security cooperation is very critical for us to strengthen our defense capabilities. And secondly, I think we should learn from Russia and North Korea in a way that how diligently they implemented their treaty. Between Korea and the EU and Japan and EU, India and EU, and then now recently they signed, EU and Australia signed also the same kind of documents, which is called Security and Defense Partnerships. It's bilateral partnerships on security and defense between EU and the partner countries. It is non-binding documents, but it has covering a lot of security and the defense corporations, which would help us understand each other better and prepare for us to pinpoint how we could help each other at the time of the crisis. So I think we have to learn that from how to implement that sincerely. And another document which has been in force for some time is NATO's individually tailored partnership program, ITPP, which has been done with between NATO and the 4 different ITP4 countries, Korea, Japan, Australia, and New Zealand. Again, similar to EU's security and defense partnership programs, but I think more specific and more clear what kind of actions should be taken. These are very practical corporations. They are covering. But on the other hand, I think it's very good to implement it because it would broaden our understanding at various levels. Not just official level, but also practitioners, and then also experts, and then also it covers public diplomacies. I think I would emphasize the importance of educating the public why we have to cooperate between Korea and Japan, between Asia and the Indo-Pacific and the European countries, because we had the trouble to convince our public why we should help Ukraine and to what extent at the time of the needs. And then we are still struggling to convince the people, even now, after the more than 4 years of war. So I think at the time of our bigger crisis or the World War, I wouldn't want that. But I think we wouldn't have time to educate the people over a month. We should immediate actions. And the good thing about liberal democracies is once the public is convinced, then we are enduring. But at the same time, in the age of strategic communication and FIMI, we are also very vulnerable from the interference of taking immediate actions. And then finally, I think we have to talk about our common ally in a very frank way among ourselves. It is ironical that Biden administrations almost forced European allies and the Indo-Pacific allies work together. Now the administration has gone, but still we learned lessons that even without the US, we still need each other. Maybe we need each other even more.
Thanks a lot. It was a long list of recommendations. I do appreciate it. About the learning from Russia and DPRK. It's good because we have to know our enemies, not allies. They are allies. About the educating the public in order they know why, let's say, Asian countries help Ukraine. As I think we also should think about it here in Europe to educate the public that we should be, in some extent, engaged in order to prevent any kind of a crisis in Asia-Pacific region. About the alliance with the US. It was great that you said that. So now the same question, what we should do and what we could do to Jacob from this European perspective.
Thank you, Justina. Many thoughts here, but obviously we in Europe need to move from pledges of increased defense spending to actually create credible capabilities, because in a world with predators who only respect strength and not weakness, we need to get our act together generally. Secondly, we should, of course, hopefully we will not end up in a third world war, but what we can do in the shorter term is to avoid a situation where the three countries that we're talking about are able to develop and create new unnecessary strategic dilemmas for us, apropos North Korean nuclear-equipped submarines that are kind of creating new uncertainties and ties up much more resources than before. And I think, so build our own capacities, not offering them any possibilities to develop new strategic dilemmas. And then we need to continue to do what we do. I mean, we need to support Ukraine, of course, make sure that we send a clear message to Russia that what they're doing is not acceptable, not agree on any settlements at Ukraine's expense. And we need to remind China, and this is where it becomes difficult, we need to remind China that we are clear about their enabling role. We need to prepare to impose costs which are commensurate with that destructive role that they're actually playing. So there's talk about free trade agreements with China, there is talk about investment deals. So I think we, as I heard one of the European foreign ministers said, I think it was the Finnish, that we need to be able to talk about sanctions vis-a-vis China. This is, of course, difficult. The stronger China gets and the more interdependent we are, apropos their important role in the international system. So, and on Russia, we need, of course, not only to uphold, but continually develop the sanctions systems so that kind of clearly making the case that this is, their behavior is not acceptable. On DPRK, that is a whole new session. We could talk about that at length, but that is a complicated case. But I'll stop there. Thanks.
Thanks, Jacob. I do agree with your point that, to be frank, the best option just to mitigate this alliance from growing stronger, alignment between the three, is to support Ukraine. I would like to say that I think it's very important, and also to remind China that where we are and that we are so unhappy when it comes to China's position. Hiro, I would like to ask the same question, but I would like to be a bit provocative once again, because I would like to ask if maybe we can play with them in a sense that maybe we should to some extent cooperate with, I don't know, China to some extent, or the PRK, in order to make this alignment weaker. Is that possible? So sorry for that, but I would like to ask this question as well.
It's a great question. So just two quick points. One, I think it is absolutely necessary for us to make Russia to defeat very badly in Ukraine. So this is a must. If Russia will win Ukraine, whole equation will change. So Japanese Prime Minister once said, and keep repeatedly saying, that today's Ukraine could maybe tomorrow's East Asia. So this is very relevant. So defeat Russia in Ukraine. This is the first. But beyond that, to your question, I think logic is very clear. Russia, China, North Korea, and Iran, they are cooperating very, very quickly. So this means in order to deal with this problem, we have to deepen our cooperation even faster. History tells that the axis that try to change the status quo tend to cooperate much faster. It was the case in 1930s. Germany, Japan, and Italy, they formulated axis. And then it was until small island country attacked Pearl Harbor. Until then, US didn't engage the war in Europe. So we have to learn the lesson. Then this means that Japan, Korea, and Europe, or other US allies like Australia, should systematically deepen our cooperation. I think organically it is happening. Japan, Korea are now enhancing security cooperation. I was in Australia last month, and there is a huge enthusiasm in Australia to deepen its cooperation with Japan, Korea, and Philippines. So it is happening, but I think pace is important. We have to move much faster than Russia, China, North Korea, Iran together?
Thanks a lot. To be honest, I have more questions to our panelists, but I would like to open the floor to the audience because we have exactly 15 minutes left. So please be very, very concise, very brief. Oh my goodness, I have so many questions. I don't know who should start it. So we will start from, from the second row. Yes, yeah, perfect. So we collect 3 questions. I will pass the floor to our panelists, and if we have time, just maybe the another one. Please introduce yourself and short question, please.
Thank you. Ben Trier from the IISS. My question is on to all the 3 panelists, and it's on Taiwan. So it seems to me from what you're describing, you know, the perfect storm puts Taiwan in an increasingly precarious situation. So my question to Japan and South Korea is whether it's now time to be much more active in defending Taiwan as the US becomes more uncertain. And on for the Swedish panelist, is it time for Europe to be much more active rather than always saying, oh, it's really concerning what happens there, but we can't really do much because we poke the dragon and we don't want to do that. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. It was a question about Taiwan. So I have to think. So maybe from this part of the audience, yes, yeah.
All right. Thank you. Piotr Kozłowski, Warsaw School of Economics. I would like to ask the question to Mr. Akita Hiroyuki, and the question is about Japan's capability and its the recent policy changes under Takaichi during her Golden Week tour and so on related to official security assistance. My question is, in this perfect storm scenario, nightmare scenario that you have crafted for us, the question is, do you think that Japan's, we could say, domestic effort is directionally correct? Is it sufficient? Because you mentioned a lot of Australia, collaboration with Australia, South Korea and so forth, but on who actually the weight is? Who should actually do more? Thank you.
Thanks, Professor. And, oh wow. So, Marcin Terlikowski, he's my boss. I have to give him a floor.
Thank you, Stina. Very quick. Very short question. Given all what we're reading about the increasing dependency of Russia on China, would you say that Russia is for China still more an asset than a burden, or perhaps becoming a burden? Thank you.
Good. So now I would like to thank you for 4 questions. We now pass the floor to our panelists if we have enough time, so maybe the second round. Who knows, maybe we can manage. So we have 3 questions. The first one is about Taiwan. And also the question addressed also about Taiwan to Jacob about the Europe's engagement, response, preparedness. The second question is about Japan's capability, and the second one about the Russia, if it's an asset or not for China. So let's start from Hewon, then Jacob, and Hiro.
Taiwan issue is hottest potato of our relations with China. And I don't think we ever officially mentioned with China on this issue. But it's also true that US want to have a guarantee that we would aid the US in the frame of a Korea-US alliance at the time of the Taiwan crisis. So in principle, I would say that if the crisis happens, then we will cooperate with the US as a US ally. I think that would be the most things I would say. But as a US ally, I would point out that to avoid the crisis and then to defend Taiwan more securely, US should think about selling more effective defense equipment to Taiwan.
Jacob?
Indeed, Taiwan, Dan, is clearly a very hot issue. We are dealing with carefully crafted diplomatic language from 1972 and 1992 between the US and China, and how to interpret that, and whether to make individual indirect comments which might be interpreted as going in one way or another direction. So Europe's role per se is lesser. Now obviously we on the one hand want to uphold any agreements according to international law. On the other hand, we'll of course always support democratic actors. And then thirdly, Europe needs to consider to what extent Europe, if that now is the EU, can actually agree internally on a forceful position here. I would rather say that when it comes to China, it's probably more realistic to talk about how we can become or act or impose costs if that is needed in the trade areas or in other areas, whether talk about human rights or whatever, since this is such a pivotal and complicated issue for world security and ultimately bilaterally between the US and China, I would say, and Taiwan, of course.
Hiro? Japan's capabilities?
Yeah, okay. So first, Taiwan. I have attended several tabletop exercises on the Taiwan scenario. And every time when we do have tabletop exercises, whatever Japan would do, Japan will be dragged into the conflict if there were to be a war in Taiwan Strait, because if US engage, they will use US base in Japan. So China will, of course, target Japan. And then if Japan rejects US to use US bases in Japan, it would be the end of US-Japan alliance. So Japan have no option other than to prepare whatever happened in Taiwan Strait. So of course, they don't openly say that, but that is a common, I think, recognition. Then that leads to a second question on a pace of Japanese defense capability. So I have to say that I would say that Japan is now launching the biggest, effectively biggest military build-up after World War II. And it is a conventional military build-up. So Japan will not go to the nuclear, but it's very significant. And it is based on the recognition, again, that especially Russian aggression to Europe, Russian aggression to Ukraine, world has changed. And the question about the pace, I think Japan doubled its defense budget within 4 years. So it is quite high pace, but still Japan will revise the national security strategy this year. And it's based on assumption that the pace of military build-up is not fast enough. So it may go, I think Japan should go faster. And maybe China, Russia's question.
I would like to ask you the question also, if you could address the question about if Russia is an asset or not, especially here. I think that I would like to address this question to you because you mentioned that Russia is declining power. So maybe it is not an asset for China. China likes winners and not losers, so maybe it is not an asset right now.
Yeah, so if China really tries to promote climate change, to change the world, Russia works in a positive way from Chinese perspective because they are weakening or they are destroying existing Western order. So this is a good element. From China's perspective, it is a bad element for us. But also there is a bad negative burden element that Russia is causing. I'm sure that China is not happy that Russia launched a full-scale invasion because it will accelerate the decline of Russia and China have to help. So it is a minus. So plus, minus, I'm not so sure. Maybe it's plus, minus offset each other. Yeah.
Okay, thanks. We have 5 minutes left. So I think that the 2 question maximum, very, very concise and brief. Oscar. But please be very brief. Only questions, not remarks.
Okay. Oskar Pietrowicz, PISM. We can assume that Donald Trump was right in 2017 when he said that Kim Jong-un is a pretty smart cookie. Do you have any comments, any opinions, any recommendations? Can we outsmart
a smart leader of North Korea in a way of engagement, having in mind that pressure has failed?
Okay, so maybe a question from a lady? Yes, perfect. And it would be the last one, I think, because we have 4 minutes left.
So my question is really quick. Does Russia really need North Korean help? Is it somehow meaningful for Russia?
Okay, because the question was so short, so maybe the last one. Okay, so yeah, yes, this gentleman. No. Okay. So the last 2 questions. This gentleman that already stood up, and this, yes, and you. Sorry for this finger pointing, but it's difficult to see because of the lights. So the last 2 short questions.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm Wiktor Trzecina from Jagiellonian University. I would like to ask shortly about AUKUS, Trilateral Security Agreement. How is it perceived by Japan and Korea? Is it an alliance with the future or not quite? Thank you very much.
Thank you. And the last question.
Matthew Suresh, a student of international relations. I have a question concerning North Korea to the panelists. Given the increasing operational involvement of the DPRK, particularly through personnel and through military efforts of the Russian war effort, should Euro-Atlantic security frameworks increasingly treat the DPRK not as indirect support, but rather as a growing challenge within the wider Eurasian framework? Thank you.
Thanks a lot. So it is I close this, the questions from the audience. We have 3 minutes left. So we should be very, very brief because we must finish on time. So the question about Kim, about the Russia, if Russia really needs the PRK, about the AUKUS, and the last question also about North Korea. So Hewon, I would start with you.
Quickly to Oscar, I think I wouldn't say we are outsmarted by Kim Jong-un because Kim Jong-un showed a lot of frustrations recently about how much North Korea has been manipulated by a series of South Korean governments. So I would stop there to answer you. And for Russia and the North Korea relations, I think it's very cost-effective from both sides. For Russia, it's not a lot of investment so far, but they are gaining symbolic, but also human power from North Korea. And from North Korea side, because its economy is not that big, even small economic contribution from Russia, apart from military and technical support, it is helping to endure the sanctions.
Thanks a lot. Jacob, your turn.
Very briefly, on outsmarting Kim Jong-un, I think it was Victor Cha who recently suggested that we somehow need to recognize that they're a nuclear state and that we need to engage in arms control talks. Whether that's the right way to outsmart or not, I don't know, but there are certainly some thought about that. And I think that apropos the last question, should DPRK be treated as a growing challenge? Well, it has always been a growing challenge, actually, given the development of the nuclear program. Should the US maybe pay more attention to it? Yes. Does Russia need the DPRK? Well, obviously, given that they are, receiving all of that support, not only politically but very substantially. And AUKUS, I mean, it's probably, it's apparently a sign that something needs to be ramped up in the Pacific. I know that there is discussion both in South Korea and Japan apropos that. There is now soon to become a nuclear-powered submarine, not missile-equipped, but powered in South Korea, and whether that is creating a spiral of an arms race could be discussed, but I think probably AUKUS was the necessary thing to do when it happened. Thank you.
So, quickly, maybe on AUKUS. I think AUKUS, maybe I completely agree with Jacob's comment. And AUKUS is very important because South China Sea is especially important. South China Sea is not just a sea, but South China Sea is equivalent to a Caribbean Sea. So if China make South China Sea as a lake of China, maybe there will be a huge geopolitical impact in Indo-Pacific, like a Caribbean impact to Western Hemisphere. So in this respect, AUKUS is very important to get enhanced. And Japan is a kind of a sub-member. Japan is not a full member, but Japan engaged with AUKUS as an outside member to do a joint research on quantum or AI or some defense related to technology development. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. It was a marvelous panel. Thank you so much to all of you, to our panelists, but also the audience for the questions. And please join me to thank our panelists.
Thank you to the speakers. Justina, could you please come over, join us for a quick recap?
So, Justina, many topics were discussed during your panel, from Arctic to climate change. What stood out the most to you?
Well, the most important thing I think that I draw from this conversation is that despite there are some kind of differences between those two countries that we have been discussed, there are many common interests that, to be honest, I think that we have been observing the process of building of two blocks to some extent. Let's say, like-minded countries from our perspective, but the other block is also made of like-minded countries that are China, Russia, North Korea, but also Iran. So it is a bit a gloomy picture, but it was great to hear that we could cooperate. We must cooperate. We must do it now. And I like this point that Hewon, that even without US, we have to cooperate between Europe and Asia-Pacific countries. So this is a kind of an optimistic point in the end, and I hope we can learn a lesson and do more.
And just very briefly, regarding precisely this cooperation, how about the West strategy regarding this challenge? What kind of picture emerged from this discussion?
Well, I think that the very important thing is that, of course, we are focused in Europe on Russia. It's obvious, but it's because it is imminent threat. But the idea that also was mentioned by our speakers, that is about the one theater, it means that we should also be prepared to be some kind involved in the security area domain when it comes to Asia-Pacific. And we should also try to explain to our public that security and a peace and a stable Asia-Pacific is in our interests.
Justina, thank you very much for this excellent discussion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now move to our fireside chat that will give us a chance to look at India's national security strategy.
Please welcome Lieutenant General Raj Shukla, member of the Union Public Service Commission from India.
The conversation will be moderated by Patryk Kugiel, South Asia analyst at the Polish Institute of International Affairs.
Gentlemen, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Tomasz and Amanda. Very warm welcome. Good afternoon to all of you. I'm very happy that we have already discussed Indo-Pacific, and I would like you to stay a little bit longer in this part of the world because we have a very special guest from the country that we discuss very rarely. Actually, this will be the first time that we will have a speaker from India. And India brings a very valuable insight to the topic of our discussions at this year's Strategic Ark. India is a country with one of the biggest army in the world, one of the most battle-tested army in the world, and nuclear power. And we will now learn more how that kind of state look at the contemporary world. And I'm very glad to be here with you and with our guest, who is General Raj Shukla, who had over 30 years of experience in Indian Army, in the land forces. He served as a brigadier and infantry and artillery. And for the last couple of years, he's a very famous strategist, thinker, and commentator in the Indian and international media. So, sir, very warm welcome. We are happy to have you with us. And I think, first of all, I would like to start with the question about the region you are coming from. Because in Europe we have been waken up to the military threat only recently, and I understand that you are coming from the part of the world where you had experienced a constant military existential threat for last several decades. In Europe, we consider Russia for the last couple of years as an existential threat. I believe you have at least 2 existential threats in your part of the world. So how is it to live in such a difficult neighborhood? And what lessons can you draw that would be of kind of interest and relevance to Europeans?
So thank you, Patrick. Thank you for inviting me and allowing India to debut in the Strategic Ark. Well, you know, we not only have a very dangerous neighborhood, but it has a historical tale. So modern India was crucibled in combat. August 47, we get our independence, and October 47, we have an invasion from the tribal militias in Pakistan, backed by their army. Then we have a succession of all-out conflicts, 65 Pakistan, 62 a huge reverse against China. But from that reverse we emerge, and 1971 is an outstanding military victory, which the London Times incidentally compared that whole campaign to the Blitzkrieg of World War II. Then, as you said, our neighbor to the west, Pakistan, constantly challenges us on terror. Those of you who follow the space would have heard of Kargil. Our parliament was hit in a terror attack, to which we responded to with Parakram. And on the northern borders, the Chinese are no less exciting. We've had Sumandrong-Chu in 1988, Doklam and Galwan. I think the world has heard of Galwan. We also have 2 live, unsettled borders. So there are fun and games on an everyday basis. You know, it's a cat and mouse game, artillery firing, though it's been quiet for a while. And the Pak-China collusivity has kind of created this challenge of a unified combat theater. So Pakistan gets Baidu on a platter. So that's the whole stuff. But the good thing it has done is that, as you said, we have constantly evolved strategically. And I think I'll note with some modesty that today we would perhaps be one of the most combat-hardened, standing, all-volunteer force. We are a 13 lakh strong army, which is, you know, secular to the bones, professionalism at its core. And it is also an army of calibrated restraint. We have not been on the offensive unless severely provoked or when excited to wrath, as it happened between the 7th and 10th of May last year. If you ask me about the current neighborhood, just see how challenging it is. In the north, we have perhaps one of the most powerful militaries in the world, China. And the military component of the power differential with China annually is $450 billion. It has a very powerful rocket force. Western horizons, we have Pakistan, terror, West Asia. Iran is closer to India than to Israel. And on the eastern horizons, we have the chaos and instability in Bangladesh, Myanmar. And if that were not enough, China's 500-ship navy, once it breaks out of the first island chain, will be in the IOR. In fact, they already have a 10 to 15-day presence in the IOR. So, you know, that's what our national security challenges are all about. It's about terror, it's about conventional prowess with nuclear deterrence as the backstop. So overall, a pretty exciting place to be in.
Yes, and we are trying to understand how to prepare for the wars to come by looking at the past wars. And in this regard, also India is kind of, unfortunately, an experienced player. You had a very interesting short-lived conflict with Pakistan just 1 year ago. It was said to be the modern warfare, the largest airborne warfare over the last decades. And also, when you look at the war in Ukraine, how do you see the warfare, modern warfare is evolving? How does it affect your military planning and military doctrine? Also, when it comes to the nuclear deterrence, yeah? We are talking about the new normal when it comes to India-Pakistan relations. You had some experiences with using of hybrid warfare against you, non-state actors, and operating under the nuclear umbrella. And now we are talking about the new military doctrine of India, and also when you look at the usage of drones and satellites and new equipment and AI in military doctrines, how does it all affect your army and your preparedness for the wars to come?
So I'm sure many in the audience would have heard of Op Sindoor. This was this brief conflict from the 7th to 10th of May 2025 in response to a massive terror attack in a place called Pahalgam in Kashmir. But Op Sindoor, I think it is a benchmark in India's continuous strategic evolution, but it has to be seen in a wider continuum. And that continuum is that 2014 onwards, we have begun what in my view is the boldest, most far-reaching set of reforms as part of a national security makeover. So we had the appointment of the Chief of Defense Staff, new normals in our strategic outlook. India's doctrine of late has been that if you hit us through terror instruments, we reserve the right to respond conventionally, and that's what we've done. What also happened during Sindoor that we called Pakistan's nuclear bluff, because what Pakistan was doing that, see, we both are nuclear states. If we do terror, you will not hit back because it will take it to the threshold. We said, no, we know what your red lines are. We'll calibrate our response within those red lines. And we really hit Pakistan hard. And it was because of grave provocation. I think we were also astute in one more aspect. There was clairvoyance in initiation of conflict, but there was astuteness in terminating conflict. Exiting conflict, as we'll see, is one of the most difficult things. So I think, in my view, Sindoor was a remarkable military success, but we are using that as a springboard for faster, deeper reforms. And here, it is an altogether new challenge. Because as I think we noted in the discussion earlier in the morning, we are actually going through a military renaissance in the global strategic military landscape. Not only massive changes in the character of war, but also the business modeling. And here, the Indian military, which has been pretty conservative, old school in many ways, is now poised for a major cultural transition, structural corrections, theater command, so on and so forth. And we are looking at 4 or 5 issues. One is we now realize that artificial intelligence is at the heart of war. We are witnessing lethality at machine speeds. Look at Epic Fury. 15,000 targets was possible only because it was, what was it, Claude and Maven. So, targeting packages at machine speed. So we are looking, we've got Sarvam, many startups working on AI. The arrival of algorithmic warfare, which in my belief will change the workflows of modern combat forever. This is the second major swivel. And, if I may just point out to this audience, AI, military autonomy, which is drones and algorithmic warfare, will increase battlefield lethality by about 10 times in the next 2 to 3 years. So we are studying these phenomena, making corrections. Look at algorithmic warfare. And this is a challenge for our military. We are conscious of it. I'm told Google updates its software several times in a minute. Several times in a minute. And militaries change their operating philosophies once a year. So we really have to get very fast on it. So far we were a weapons factory. We are now learning how to be a smart software company. I mean, these are the kind of changes. Look what dronery has done in Ukraine. The Indian military is going back to school over Ukraine, developing dronery as an, what shall I say, instrument of, it's an art and science. It's a new warcraft. Dronery, along with AI, we are trying to build these lethal frontiers along the line of control and line of actual control. Space, cyber. We just last week launched, Galaxy launched a satellite which in one satellite has optical payloads and SAR payloads, persistent surveillance, offensive ISR. We've created a cyber agency which will give us perhaps the capacities that we saw in Absolute Resolve of using electronic attacks, cyber to create assault windows. So I can go on. And just two more points about business modeling. It does seem to us that the modern metrics of combat delivery will no longer be what we have called public sector units, DPSUs, but it will be startups. I mean, look at Palmer Luckey. This guy was playing with VR headsets 8 years back, and this year he's turned out YX-44 Fury, an unmanned, near-stealth, fully autonomous platform in 568 days. You cannot any longer have AMCA being turned out in 10 years. So the point I'm making is that we are a battle-hardened military, but we are humble enough to admit that the changes are huge, and we are in the midst of this national security makeover. I'll say we are 50% along the way. And one major reason we have to change is China. China is a formidable adversary. It has converted its economic zoom into a military gallop. So this is about, how the Indian military is changing for the future.
Thank you. And I think you mentioned in one of the interviews I saw on YouTube recently that India seems to be alone strategically. Like you do not have an ally you can rely on like many other countries has. And you need a trusted defense partner and technology partners. And the question is whether Europe can be such a partner for India. And we know that India does cooperate very closely with France. There are Germans, Swedes, and others very keen to expand this cooperation with India. And then there is a question about Poland. How do you see our chances for cooperation, taking into account also the fact that Poland used to be the 7th largest supplier of weapons during the Cold War days. These days, Poland is India used to be a largest importer of arms. It was replaced recently by Ukraine, and Poland is 2nd largest importer of arms in Europe, 7th globally. So probably we are over-dependent on foreign suppliers, but maybe this is some hint at what can we do together in the future between our countries and Europe and India.
So I don't think I said that we like to be lonely. I think we practice strategic autonomy, but we're always looking for friends. And Poland is a great friend, and I'll tell you why. I was commissioned into my regiment, 2 Field Regiment, the artillery, and the first tank that I moved in was a Polish tank. I cannot, so there were some pathways in the past. And why today, and this is a very serious point, I made it in the morning too. We are going through a national security makeover. I'm told Poland is going through a massive defense transformation, so is Europe. And I just highlighted how there is a military renaissance sweeping the global military landscape. So in our respective transformations, if we can align with this broader military renaissance, I see great areas of convergence and complementarity. I mean, we have some traditional partners, but they are more in the platform sense. In these technologies of the future, in fact, they are not merely technologies, they are now drivers of combat. So AI, algorithmic warfare, space, cyber, the discussions that we had, we seem to have very talented startups on both sides. So can our startup ecosystems come together? Can we deregulate? By the way, you also have a very professional military, and it's just not about platforms. So there can be deeper ideation on doctrines, strategies, operational poise. So I see a whole, there's a vast ocean on which India and Poland, India and EU can come together. And while the bigger players get consumed by their Cold War, USA and Russia, China, beneath that, I think there is a great deal of opportunity for countries like India and Poland to come together. And I wouldn't say just military, but in the defense strategic military space, because most of these technologies, they lie at the cusp of what I call civil-military fusion. So it's a terrific opportunity. We are looking for friends. And if we can seal this friendship, it will be a great thing for you, great thing for us.
And how do you see Russia's role in India's military modernization? We have seen you are diversifying away. Europe is keen to help you in this task, but certainly Russia has some edge also in your industry. So how do you see the future of cooperation with Russia?
So see, it's a difficult thing to say in this audience, but the fact of the matter is that we've had very deep relationships with Russia. All our tanks, artillery in the past came from the Russians. But over a period of time, we've been diversifying our inventory. So we look at the French, the Rafales, look at the Americans, C-130s, howitzers. So it's a very diversified inventory. But now this new India is looking for Atmanirbharta in defense, which means self-reliance, self-reliance. And in many of these areas of self-reliance, Poland, the EU, you have a very dynamic kind of ecosystem. Germany has a very strong manufacturing base. India has talent. Let me say India, 3-4 markers. So today we are the 4th largest economy. We've dipped to 5, but we'll pick up. Stanford tells us in its ranking says we are 3rd in AI competitiveness. Lowy Institute says in comprehensive national power we are number 3. So it's time for India to step up into the big league, play the big game well. And if self-reliance is the credo, and if the way forward is startups in the private sector, I sense a similar kind of mood in Poland and Europe. So I think we can come together in an entirely novel and productive partnership.
Okay, so maybe we will end on this positive note. As General Shukla needs to catch a flight, we will need to conclude our session. Unless there is one pressing question, we can allow one last question from the audience, if there is a need for one. If not, then I will like to thank you very much for your presence and for sharing your insights with us, and this very positive outlook for the future of cooperation between India and Europe. Thank you very much.
Patrick. Thank you for the opportunity and the invite.
Thank you, General. And Patrick, traditionally, please join us here to reflect a little more on the discussion.
Patrick, you've been analyzing India's foreign and domestic policy for many years. I would like to benefit from your expertise and to ask you, to our European audience, please tell me, what should Europe understand better if they want a serious security and technology dialogue with India?
I think we need to understand the constraints on the Indian side. Yeah? They are living in a very difficult neighborhood. We are often told that India was the only adult in the room, whereas Europe has grown up only recently, yeah? That we need to take our security into our own hands. And India has this a lot of experience to share with us. And we have our own concerns. The Russia is a main question that we might have, but we need to be open and accept shortcomings and limited trust that we have. And instead of this, move forward. We need to focus on niche, frontier technologies that will transform the modern warfare. And India is a very positive partner for us in this regard.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Patrick. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And now something we've all been waiting for, the lunch break. We will reconvene here at 2:30 sharp for the final part of this year's PISM Strategic Ark. Enjoy your meal.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back after lunch. We now turn to the Baltic Sea region and the grey zone, a space where hostile activity is often visible enough to create pressure, but ambiguous enough to complicate responses. Our next session is entitled All Shades of Grey Zone, Unconventional Response to Russian Hybrid Activities in the Baltic.
Please welcome George Barros, Director of Innovation and Open Source Tradecraft Institute for the Study of War.
Aleksandra Kozioł, European Security Analyst at the Polish Institute of International Affairs.
Maria Martiszute, Policy Analyst from European Policy Center.
Vice Admiral Piotr Nieć, Deputy Operational Commander of the Polish Armed Forces.
This session will be moderated by Cornelia Buchanan-Pączek, Research Fellow at Finnish Institute of International Affairs.
But let's start with the video.
Welcome, everybody. As was mentioned, my name is Cornelia Buchanan-Pączek. I'm a researcher at the Finnish Institute of International Affairs. And today we have an excellent lineup to talk about what's happening in the Baltic Sea and some responses. So we're going to have about a 45-minute discussion, and then we're going to open it up to Q&A, and I'll talk more about that when we get there. So, excellent video to set the tone. And yesterday, too, I think one of the things that emerged was this 5-year look. When we look back 5 years ago, how the security picture has changed. And so I guess I wanted to open up the panel to all of you, starting with the Admiral, on what has changed in the Baltic Sea in the past 5 years. Really concretely, 1 to 2 things that you can identify. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. I do not want to steal much of the time of the rest of the panelists, so I will be quite quick on that. And obviously, one of the things that comes up to the mind is the Sweden and Finland in NATO. This is obviously one of the big issues, and I do not want to talk much about that actually. From the perspective that we usually talk about that issue, I think that the underestimated part of that equation of those 2 countries joining into the NATO is not only the euphoria sometimes that we have here on the eastern flank and in Poland about that, but we tend to forget that those countries joined in NATO not in order to support us. They joined in NATO because they are requiring support from us. So we are also responsible for the defense of Finland and Sweden. So this is one issue that I see a little bit differently than we can at least follow in the media. And the second part is maybe not the change of the security environment, but the realization that we came to, at least in military and national side and NATO side, is that Finland and Baltic states, from perspective of military, are islands. I know it's difficult to imagine because we see them as part of eastern flank and part of the European continent, but purely from a military perspective, from a navy perspective, they are just an island, or 2 separate islands, Finland and Baltic states. Thank you.
That's really interesting, the idea of Finland and the Baltics as islands. Definitely take that away, as well as your point on the need to defend and how the NATO expansion works both ways. Maria, I maybe wanted to turn to you and get your perspective on maybe 1 to 2 concrete things that have changed in Baltic Sea area.
Thanks, and first of all, thank you very much for the invitation. It's such a pleasure to be here today. Thank you. Perhaps I'd like to share a thing that has changed and a thing that hasn't changed, but actually should have. And I fully share the views about Finland's and Sweden's accession to NATO. I would also add to that the rearmament of Poland and the countries in the Baltic Sea region. But I think the one thing that has dramatically changed for the Baltics is seeing the President of the United States of America represent and actually parrot the talking points of Russia's President Putin. In public statements, but also in deeds, you know, accusing Ukraine of essentially waging war against Russia, saying Ukraine doesn't have cars, suspending intelligence sharing with Ukraine, and then combined with a threat to potentially invade or annex part of the Kingdom of Denmark, which is one of the staunchest Baltic Sea region countries and allies of America. And I think these changes have left many in the Baltic Sea region anxious and vulnerable, and is one of the foundational reasons why I think other changes are coming forward. And the thing that hasn't changed, but should have, is that it is still controversial for the Baltic Sea region countries to raise hybrid topic in Brussels. And that after so many years, if not decades, of hybrid warfare, neither NATO nor EU have really adapted their political legal frameworks to classify hybrid attacks as a form of aggression. Thank you.
Really useful, and I want to put a pin on that to come back to, on the fact that it's taboo to raise it in Brussels, and maybe return later to some ways that we can close that gap. Alexandra, PISM has put out an excellent report on these hybrid threats, and so maybe as I turn to you to answer this question, we could draw on the report for some of that.
Thank you so much. And I'm really happy to see so many faces gathered here today, because I think it also answers a bit of, Maria, your concern that we are not focusing enough on hybrid threats. So hopefully those people would spread the word how important it is. And it was also an intention standing behind our report, because we absolutely see a change in the security situation, the security architecture, and the Baltic Sea region concentrates this change like in a lens. And just to give you some context on why we actually came up to this, is not only that we were able, while working on our report, to establish a number and count how many hybrid threats and hybrid attacks are targeted against Baltic Sea region, because over 50% of them is happening here. So this obviously shows how important it is. But just to give you a little background of what has been happening for years, and even after 2022, when we thought that this is like a huge changing point in our perception of threats here in Europe, if you look at the map over here and see the EU presence on the sea, for example, everything has been basically concentrated on the south, and then we suddenly, somehow, after Russia's hybrid warfare has been so much intensified, both in the number, but also in the way how much more aggressive it is, how much more kinetic attacks we are seeing, then we kind of woke up and had to respond to multiple challenges, because we launched Arctic Sentry mission, that also responds to what you've said about the US and how now multiple challenges need to be faced. And then we also launched a bunch of missions that are basically aimed to respond to the threat from Russia. So like Baltic Sentry, Eastern Sentry. So a lot of that is there. But now the question is, do we rest on our laurels, or do we do really something with that? Because the response on a case-by-case basis, which is basically something that we are now tending to do, is probably not the best response we should aim for. And with our report, and I'll end on that, with our report, we kind of aim to propose certain recommendations for the policymakers on how to think of the issue strategically and what we can actually do on a strategic level in order to be both more prepared and also more proactive rather than reactive.
Really interesting. So then, George, I think I would end with you on this question. So 5 years, or then, I mean, Alexandra raised a good point. So 5 years ago, that would be 2021, but then 2022 seems to have been the major shift. So what concrete changes would you have seen then?
Well, firstly, I'd like to say thank you to PISM for inviting me once again to this conference. It's wonderful to be back in Warsaw and see so many familiar faces. I think the other panelists really covered very well what NATO's responses have been. Let me focus on what's happened from the perspective of the adversary, the Russians. That's my area of study. If you had told me in 2021 that Russian forces would be regularly recruiting saboteurs to conduct sabotage missions, arson missions across NATO, you would have astonished me. If you would have told me that you would have Iranian designed and manufactured drones operating at scale at salvos of 700 a night sometimes in Ukraine, and then in September of last year, 20 of them deliberately going into Polish airspace, you would have had me surprised. This is a little bit geographically removed from the Baltic space, but if you had told me in 2021 that there would have been about 10,000 North Koreans fighting in the European theater in Kursk, it's about 1,000 or so kilometers away from the Baltics, I would have been surprised. The Russians are also notably changing and learning from what they've failed to accomplish in Ukraine so far. They're having a somewhat of a back to the future moment, going back to the Soviet Union. I'm very concerned about Baltic security. The Western Military District, the main Russian administrative unit that takes care of the Russian military for the Russian westward-looking flank, is gone. They replaced it with the Soviet model, the Leningrad Military District. The Russians realize that they don't have sufficient command and control bandwidth to be able to fight future wars on Russia's immediate flank. We see Russia building new divisions in its west. We see the Russians improving all of its operational concepts and trying to figure out what didn't work in Ukraine and what is necessary for future wars against NATO. All of these sort of developments over the last couple of years, if you told me in 2020, I would have been shocked, but here's where we are today.
So I actually want to ask you a quick follow-up question, and if anyone else wants to chime in on this, they can. So you mentioned the separate geographic space, but some of the things you've mentioned are not happening in the Baltic Sea. But do you see them impacting the Baltic Sea? Are we moving towards this space of ambiguity, this space where we're working, across theaters, across countries, state, non-state actors? Is this something that we're moving towards?
I think the theaters, how we define the theaters and how the Russians define the theaters are different, and that's one of the seams that the Russians seek to exploit. For example, our team has considered the possibility: what if the Russians manage to get cozy with Khalifa Haftar in Libya and get access to some airfields and put Shaheds there? What does the range ring look like on a 2,500 kilometer Shahed if you were to launch it from, to somewhere near the northern coast of Libya? What if you had those drones then simultaneously launched with drones that were launched from mainland Russia and Belarus? Is NATO actually prepared to do a multi-domain operation to intercept drones across a large geography, by the way, going to Italy simultaneously? I'm not sure. So we would consider Africa to not be part of the European theater. At least that's not how the American combatant command system is set up. But the Russians certainly see any sort of staging that might do across the Mediterranean Sea as supporting their operations in the European theater. So I do think the theaters are blending, and the Russians are certainly thinking of creative ways to how to play their conventionally weaker hand, but to get to nonetheless still best us.
But for sure the theaters are connected, and especially from the Navy side, if you look at it, whatever is happening on the Mediterranean or anywhere else is also influencing the NATO forces, we might say. You have only a certain amount of units, so if you're reacting in one area of the operations, you do not have those units in the other area, so the connection is obvious.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And maybe I'm going to blend this with another point that was brought up, which is the use of saboteurs, these unconventional methods, and how these can be lower cost, harder to trace. And then it was raised before how we're sort of going crisis to crisis and maybe muddling through, and that we don't seem to have a strong response. So maybe I'm going to give an either or, but feel free to give me something else. You know, are we adapting strategically, NATO level, EU, national level, or are we continuing to just muddle along, or is it something else entirely that I'm missing? And maybe I'd turn to Maria to start this off, since you mentioned this taboo in Brussels.
Thank you. I mean, we've certainly made progress. You know, first of all, Poland, but also the Baltic states and Baltic Sea region countries have, you know, are leading NATO allies in terms of defense expenditure. We also see that there's more surveillance, patrols, monitoring, also very much thanks to the Baltic Sentry, the Arctic Sentry. But I think where the fundamental gap is that I think our level of readiness or preparedness does not match the level of threats that we face. And second of all, we, you know, if you look at how our political leaders respond, they say, this is below the threshold of Article 5. And they don't really offer a solution for that beyond, you know, let's say, you know, increased vigilance. And I think that given that NATO's primary responsibility is to counter Russian threats and to deter, that responsibility doesn't go away just because Russia is playing the hybrid card. Or Russia and China playing the hybrid card. And I think it's important to revisit our legal and political framework. And if there is no such threshold to account for this as aggression, well, perhaps one should be created, or certain criteria should be created. You know, when 9/11 happened, we didn't know whether that merits triggering Article 5. NATO had to create a basis for it, to design criteria based on scope, impact, whether that could qualify for Article 5. And I think there is something missing on hybrid attacks, particularly because some of them could lead not just to economic damage, but to mass casualty event.
Maybe, Alexandra, I turn to you to follow up.
Yeah, just to amplify what Maria actually have said, and to answer maybe specifically of what you mentioned in your question, which is mental adaptation. I think that the fact that we are mentally adapting to it is also kind of a challenge, because I see it for now as we are kind of found ourselves in a situation where we are under long-term pressure. So like we kind of accepted that the hybrid threat is there. We did some things to prepare or to increase our preparedness and readiness. Also to an extent, deterrence by launching the NATO missions. But if we are staying with or accepting that we are mentally adapting, then what does it mean in the long term? Are we really accepting the situation when Russia is waging a war, hybrid war, against us, and we're fine with it? I mean, it's like kind of a situation when your bedroom is on fire, but you have another couch in the living room. So you kind of move to the living room and pretend that nothing behind the wall is happening, and hopefully your house will be safe. And the fire can actually very quickly spread, and you're kind of pretending that this is not happening. So I think this is something that we have to take into account, and the mental adaptation is probably not the best that we could do.
I really like your allegory, because if you had said, you know, I don't know, the bed sheets on the bed are dirty or something, then I could see, okay, you would sleep on the sofa for one evening. But the bed being on fire means that it's going to spread, right? The fire is not going to go out. And so I think the way that you've characterized these hybrid threats, it's not something that can be easily ignored. And yet, here we are talking about ways that it can be ignored. And maybe just to quickly insert the Finnish perspective, as I jump into the next question, I mean, Finland and then Sweden as well are really known for their whole of society approach to these questions, from civil society up into public-private cooperation. So when we think about creativity or adaptability, is there a space for that when it comes to responding to sabotage, or then maybe next into the military side as well? So George, please.
So two big thoughts here. Absolutely. Look, NATO members have made decisions, which I regard as a mistake, to not treat acts of war that Russia has conducted against them as acts of war. We have to be intellectually honest with themselves and call a spade, and call an act of war an act of war. Now, whether or not we decide to choose to respond to it with another act of war, that's an entirely different calculation, but we have to have that level of honesty. Second point, this adjective hybrid is a tricky word, and it's a tricky word, and the Russians really benefit from it. Hybrid war, below the threshold, gray zone, in the Western lexicon and in the literature, it's not very well defined. Different people have different definitions for what it is, but basically the consensus is it's stuff that's short of, you know, them actively shooting at us. In the Russian literature, and my colleague Mason Clark at the Institute of Study wrote a really great monograph on this. In the Russian military literature, they're very clear about what is hybrid war. Hybrid war is a specific type of war which includes all of these traditional below the threshold, non-kinetic, and, you know, sabotage type activities, but it notably also includes conventional warfare up to including nuclear war. And so when we have this sort of discussion paralysis around, well, it's just hybrid stuff, you know, it's malfeasance, it's malign, it's not good, but it's just hybrid. When the Russians think of hybrid war, they are thinking of the full suite of their capabilities, including and up to nuclear war.
Admiral Nietsch, maybe I'd turn to you, because, I mean, we're talking about creativity and adaptability, but on the military side, I imagine that there are certain places that you cannot go, things you cannot do. So how does it look as this discussion unfolds from your perspective, given your career, given your experience, on options that are or are not on the table?
Huge topic. We could have the whole panel on that. So it's difficult to answer it in very few sentences. But first of all, I think from the big picture, we need to realize one thing, and I would imagine that pretty much everybody in this room knows that NATO is a political alliance. So political masters tell what military has to do. So it's not up to Navy admirals or army generals to decide what we can do or what we cannot do. We are being told whether we can escalate or de-escalate or keep the status quo, what measures we can take, and so on and so on. So this is all driven top-down, which is good. Very good. But then when we talk about in military, we feel much more comfortable when we talk about deterrence, not the hybrid warfare and so on. So deterrence is much easier for us. Probably it's because it's much easier to tackle. So when we talk about deterrence and adaptability, I think NATO is adapting, at least from my operational perspective. My second job is in Rostock in Germany, where I'm deputy commander of the Commander Task Force Baltic. And this is new command that has been created as a consequence of different developments in the security area around Baltic. And from Rostock, we run enhanced vigilance activity Baltic Sentry, which is also a response to a hybrid activity. And we can, of course, discuss whether it's a successful operation or not. I think it is more successful than it is not. But but we can see the adaptability. Obviously, we live in the world right now that we do everything very fast, and we just swipe our phones and move to another topic. But traditional politics and traditional international relations work a little bit slower. So you have, this sometimes very, 5-minute occasion to change something, and something like this has happened in Finland at the beginning of January 25, when leaders of Eastern flank met and they decided that we really need to have Baltic century, and it was, in political terms, it was like, snap of the fingers, and it happened, and military responded quite fast. So concluding, I think we are changing.
I'm really glad, first of all, that you brought up Rostock. So thank you for that. I feel like it's quite concrete. And it's NATO-oriented. And that I'm glad that you brought up the political will, because I think that that's something that we're going to integrate into this discussion. So maybe as I think about competencies, the EU and NATO, I would perhaps turn to Maria, since you're based in Brussels. I mean, so, okay, it's taboo to bring it up in Brussels, and I'm thinking maybe in the EU context, or how do you see the separation of competencies when it comes to responsiveness on deterrence side, and then on the preparedness or resilience side?
Thank you. So, yes, indeed. Not that it is a taboo, but you can discuss up to a point. But, for example, NATO would always, recall its allies that this is a national responsibility, despite the fact that there is a coordinator of hybrid threats at NATO, for example. And NATO is a political military alliance. So it's true, decisions are, politically discussed, but the chair of military committee is very, very powerful. And provides expertise to the Secretary General. So the decisions, I would say, are informed also by the operational picture, by the risks assessed on the military side. And there you also calibrate the political response. I would say it's a fusion of the two. Now, in terms of the responsibility and competences, so of course, the EU has, up until recently, has not even been dealing with the defense industrial side or defense policy. It still doesn't deal with defense policy per se. But it has come a long way in what I would say adding value to NATO as the backbone of European security and defense. And it does that primarily through investments. We have the plan to mobilize 800 billion investments over the next years. A big part of it is safe instrument, 150 billion loans. But also regulatory aspect is very important. And it has the industrial capacity to potentially, hopefully one day, create a single market for defense. Of course, it's very much in the hands of member states, so that's quite hard. But what I would like to touch upon, and where both the EU and NATO struggle from deterrence perspective and defense, is the very fact that we are not even clear what is this hybrid. And in fact, in our language, we say we are neither at war nor at peace. I mean, so where are you on that spectrum? And it seems to me that it's very dangerous to say that we are neither at war nor at peace, because it shows that you are disoriented, perhaps, or confused. And I think this really plays in the hands of our adversaries, because they want you to appear lost. They want you to be confused and not to have the actual rules-based informed framework to respond to all that they're doing to us. And this is where our strategic weakness is. So I think clarity from both EU and NATO on the hybrid aspect would be very welcome. Thanks.
It's really well put. And maybe I would turn to Alexandra and perhaps one thing that I would add to this lack of clarity, neither war nor peace, is also just all the definitions of security, all the definitions of threats. I mean, it was in the report. I see it in my research too. It's not just conventional warfare, but it's data cables, it's offshore programs, it's vessels, it's ports, it's cyber. So how do you see that in your work, and then how does it come out in the report?
Well, actually, I'm very grateful for all of you for bringing this, and maybe I'll start with a point that let's learn from what already happened. So if we look at Ukraine, what Russia has been doing for years, it systematically started to target Ukraine, first with disinformation, then with cyber attacks. Then it launched a limited sort of operation in Donbass. Then it fully ended as a full-scale war. So this is like a clear logic, clear escalation that Russia is following. And we know the path. It is also visible in our report. So if we know the path, then let's learn from it. And let's, first of all, call it as a part of Russia's strategy, war strategy. And then when we finally at that point, then let's think of what can we do? And this brings me to the other part of your question, because you mentioned, and I fully agree, that hybrid warfare covers like a wide range of issues, starting from this mild kind of, as we can see it, disinformation campaigns, to something more serious, kinetic, sabotage, arsons, blowing up railways that could possibly lead to casualties. And I think the reason why we haven't reacted in a way we should is also the question of casualties, because we haven't seen as many as you said when Article 5 has been launched in 2001, and that's also part, of the risk aversion on the European side. So then we have to certainly focus on this wide range of issues, and this is a challenge because you need to include not only military, but also police, border guards, administration, like society, even like the education system should be included into this. So this is one issue. So like you have to put a lot of effort in order to bring all those actors around one table and to explain them, to make them understand what is really happening, and then find common solutions. And then the other issue is to raise the cost on Russia. I mean, it's like with the response to hybrid warfare, right? We do it like case by case. Something is happening, so we start investigation, we think of how to prepare, but we don't react systemically, so engaging all the actors that I mentioned. And the same is with raising the cost. It's not only, putting enough border guards on the border to show Russia that we are getting prepared. It's also to think, how systematically you can raise the cost on Russia. Let's just have a look at the shadow fleet. I mean, there's a lot that could be done to stop the shadow fleet, legally could be done, to stop the shadow fleet exporting crude oil through the Baltic Sea. And somehow we're kind of refusing that this is also a part of the solution. Because if that would be too costly for Russia, then probably Russia would not be able to wage a hybrid war against us, and it would be stopped before something more serious is going to happen.
This idea of raising the cost, because then I guess it works in the corollary where you mentioned the casualties. That was a really interesting point, this notion that casualties are a red line and can spur political will, which is complicated. Because then maybe this brings me to another question linked to everything that you've just said, which is this concern. So as we look forward, are we more concerned about that we just keep muddling through at this sort of low buzz in the background, uncertainty, or that there's going to be an actual crisis with, casualties or with other significant damage? Is that the line that needs to be crossed? And which one are we more worried about in the moment? Maybe I'd start with George here.
Well, the Russians are very creative with their campaigns, and I would think of all the possible threat vectors. But you know, it's difficult to imagine what additional kinetic steps can Russia take at this point that's not going to result with casualties. They've already done the arson. They've already done the sabotage on an industrial scale. They've already violated the sovereign airspace of Poland and Baltic member states with both manned and unmanned aircraft, except for Poland, not with manned aircraft, but unmanned aircraft. The next step is a unmanned aircraft with a warhead, or some missile strikes, and we see the Russians actively setting information conditions for such activity by claiming that the Baltic states, falsely of course, are facilitating Ukrainian strikes into Russia. The Ukrainians are using their airspaces to get into, you know, Pskov and the high north and all that sort of stuff. That's all not true, of course, but those, you know, Lavrov is speaking it almost as a matter of fact that basically means the Baltic states are co-belligerents and they're legitimate targets. That's not just rhetoric for the sake of rhetoric. That is the way that the Russians, over the course of time, they eventually try to fabricate a casus belli so that they can then conduct some sort of action. So I think the runway is really, really short for what exactly more can Russia do that does not generate casualties.
Maybe I'd turn to the other panelists so we can, you know, I don't want to focus too much on the casualties, so we can just think about whether the concern is more muddling or then an acute crisis in the not so distant future.
I'd like to connect your question to what we have heard just a few minutes ago about raising the cost for Russia. So if I hear something like raising the cost for Russia, I instantaneously translate it into my military language, which is escalation. So are we looking for escalation with Russia? And obviously, the answer might be yes or no. It depends all on politics and our goals and so on. But we need to realize that at least when we are talking about nations around the Baltic, 8 nations that we have, 8 countries, each of them, from my perspective, especially for the last almost 2 years working in Rostock, is very clear that all those nations, even 3 Baltic states, as we have discussed just before the panel, they all have different threat perspective. They have different threat perspective, different goals, so they also have different approach towards the escalation. And when we put on top of it NATO structures and we want to do something collectively, it's very difficult just within the region because of this perspective of the threat perspective. So when we add to that escalation, the equation is becoming very complicated, and we already had few examples in the maritime domain over the last year when I don't want to say that we were trying to escalate, but at least some of the countries were doing things that might have been understood by Russia as escalation. And Russia replied quite strongly, I would say. And not going into the details, I would also want to say that if we want to fight with Russia, or we want to fight with Russian interests out at sea, we do not need exactly to engage with the shadow fleet. We might do things around, and I think that we are doing quite few things around that are quite costly for Russia. It's difficult to see, it's difficult to measure, but we can observe it from our headquarters that the cost is rising.
Could I?
Coming back to our discussion.
I mean, have we really raised the costs? I mean, what were the consequences for Russia when, you know, The 3 MiGs violated Estonia's airspace for 12 minutes. What were the consequences for Russia when, I think since 2022, about 10 undersea cables have been cut in the Baltic Sea? One Svalbard cable was cut, and these are 2 of the key fiber optic cables that connect also the satellite ground station, which is absolutely key for the Arctic and global telecommunications. I don't really see consequences for Russia. And then, with escalation, well, Russia is escalating in any case. But when you are pushed and you fall to the ground, and when you lift and the person is smiling, you might say, can you please not do that? And then they come and they push you again from the back, and you fall again, and you look at them, and they still smile with a giant smile. I mean, you need to stand up for yourself. You need to push back. And this is where I would say we need to not only be always on the defensive and repairing our infrastructure and our fleets and, reacting. I think we need to also take a bit of initiative. And I think this is what we're learning from Ukraine. Because an attacker always has a strategic advantage. And you are always forced to catch up with developing yet one countermeasure and yet another countermeasure. And I think we need to, to see how we could adapt some of our technologies and show Russia, what we are also capable of, or that there are consequences when these drones, whether aerial or naval, are violating our airspace, for example. Thank you.
Really good, and so actually leads nicely into the last question before we move to Q&A from the audience, which is, okay, what do we do? We've discussed a wide variety of problems. We've clearly admired the problem from every angle in this panel. The political will, the difficulty defining, how diffusive it is. So let's just say, for the sake of discussion, that next week I'm going to go to Brussels and I'm going to meet with NATO, the Resilience Committee, and I'm going to meet with European Union stakeholders. And I'm going to go back to Finland and I'm going to meet with nation level. What am I telling the EU? What is the takeaway from this panel? What am I telling NATO? What's the takeaway from this panel where I'm going to those stakeholders, those policymakers, and I'm saying, here you go. This is what we're doing. George, I'm going to start with you, and we're going to maybe work our way back to the Admiral.
So in 2023, January 2023, after having realized that the Russian army is not capable of achieving its initial desired operational objectives in the field in Ukraine, then Defense Minister of Russia, Sergei Shoigu, announced the intent to form, if I remember correctly, it was either 17 or 19, I think it was 17 new maneuver divisions, mechanized and tank divisions. And as of today, Russia has formed, on paper, no fewer than 9 of those divisions. They're not fully staffed, they're not at their full doctrinal end strength, but in principle, there's 9 new divisions between 2023 and 2026 that did not exist 5 years ago, but that now do, on paper. Where is the commensurate development of NATO and European states? I mean, we have a French division coming up, there's the German brigade, that's great, in Lithuania. There's a couple other units here and there, I think the UK is working on another, but where is the commensurate effort to establish the forces? We can talk about spending and the spending targets, but where is the development of the capability? It's not just procurement, it's not just the weapons and the operational needs, but it's force structure, it's retaining a force, it's training it, it's all of these things, and it exists in small parts, but I just don't see the urgency there. And that fundamentally is a national level discussion for every member state.
So I'm saying, where's your urgency to the nation states? All right, Alexandra.
Yeah, and I absolutely agree with this, because the problem with what is happening with this hybrid warfare, and especially in the Baltic Sea region, is that Russia is moving gradually. So with that, you can easily get used to it, overlook it, or underestimate the threat that is happening. And you need a proper reaction to what is happening. If you look at the war in Ukraine that is being waged, fighting for your own security is not escalation. And the same applies to European states. We just want to live our peaceful life. This is all about the EU project that has been there from the very beginning. So if I have to come up with some advice, I would first go for a common playbook of reaction, because I think this is absolutely crucial. If you have separate states reacting, but if you have, for example, whole EU reacting in the same way to each and every hybrid attack, then it's like a completely different response from a point of view of Russia. So the unity and the playbook needs to be there, because Russia has its own playbook. Why don't we? And the other is, and I would stick to that, let's think creatively on what can we do more, not only on a side of preparedness, but also of being proactive. And I would stick to it that increasing the cost on Russia must be there. That was the whole purpose of sanctions. And now we're in a situation when we need to do more because of how more aggressive Russia is. So let's think of, Shadow Fleet was only one example, but I think there are a bunch of more. So I would go for increasing the cost on Russia as well, so that they don't go unpunished.
So I have common playbook and then think creatively. Maria.
I think my main message would be that Russia is not going to change. The change needs to come from us. And I think that we need to come to, we need to be grounded in reality, that we need to just stress test and war game and exercise our political military readiness, especially when it comes to hybrid threats, which is a big unknown to NATO as an alliance. For example, if Russia pulls something near simultaneously in the Arctic and in the Baltic region, let's say Svalbard or Gotland, or it could be, there are many opportunities, without firing a shot, what would we do? I think we would be paralyzed politically. And I think we need to prepare for these type of scenarios, also because Russia is led by deception. And we need to prepare various type of scenarios and play them out and prepare our institutions and decision-making bodies as to how we're going to cope or not cope with that. Yeah, I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Okay, so this Russia not changing and the need to stress test and war game. I like the scenario you put forward. I think there's opportunity to develop it. Admiral, I'll end with you.
I think I will just sum it up very nicely. So I think overall picture, I think we need to realize that no matter what we do, and we talk about fragmentation of the effort that we have in NATO and Europe, I think no matter what we do and no matter what we say, Russia sees it as a coordinated effort. So even if from our perspective, some of the exercises, some of the actions are not the way that we would want to have, that we would want them to happen because they are not coordinated or anything like this, from Russian perspective, it's only NATO or European Union, and that's it. And then the second issue, because I see that everybody is giving two issues. So the second issue, I would just want to come back to the theory of deterrence, to the basics, and that deterrence is not only possibility to have the force, to have the military, but the second component of it is the political will to use it, and showing it to the adversary so he knows that in case we need, we can use the force that we possess. Thank you.
I'm going to turn to the audience for questions. I'm going to take them in a batch of 3. And when you ask your question, please state your name and your affiliation. And it's got to be a question. I'm not going to entertain commentary right now. So we'll take 1, 2, and then 3.
Thank you very much. My name is Balkan Devlin. I'm a senior fellow with the MacDonald Laurier Institute and Montreal Institute for Global Security, both based in Canada. My question to the panel is, speakers touched upon going on the offensive, on taking the initiative. And given the fact that the Russians already believe that we are trying to subvert the regime and engaging the hybrid warfare, it is their term to what they thought the West was doing to Russia at any rate. How can we overcome the reluctance in our societies to engage in subversion against Russia and make subversion great again? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Jarosława Kotwicka, political specialist. My question would be probably addressed to Vice Admiral and also Dr. Kozioł, if I may, because you touched upon those topics. We're talking about raising the costs for Russia and also about all the things that Russia has already done, you know, in the Baltic states and especially also in Poland, you know, sabotage and all of those things. Is there still anything at our disposal that we can do more practically to deter Russia? Because there has been quite a bit of response also from Poland, you know, closing the consulates, expelling diplomats. There has been actions. But do we still have anything more down our sleeve? Is there still anything tangible that could be done to deter and punish Russia and protect the Baltic states, but also Poland in particular? Do we still have anything left?
Thank you, Krzysztof Winkler, Warsaw Enterprise Institute. I want to ask 2 connected questions. One is that, do you think that Western alliance is ready to answer to Russia's hybrid activities, not only geographically, but also in particular areas? I mean, classic spying, classic intelligence, organized crime, terrorism, strategic corruption, and so on and so on. Because most of Russia's activities, hybrid activities, is interconnected between them. Sometimes they are making step by step, sometimes in the same time using different tools like these people recruited by social media, for example. And the second question connected with it is, does European politicians have the will to use power until the level of casualties in Russia? I mean, tit for tat for Russian activities. Thank you.
Great, excellent set of questions. Let's go through them together as a panel. Perhaps I'll start with the Admiral and then move to George.
Very difficult questions and quite uncomfortable for me in my present position, so probably I will not address most of them. I can just talk about the lady that has asked about what else we can do. It's obviously a difficult question, and we already had the discussion about escalation and so on, and I expressed my concerns about the escalation. So my question, I would ask myself a question. If we really want to escalate and so on, what's the goal? The escalation just for the sake of escalation, just for making a statement? I don't know if it's necessary. If we're talking about concrete actions, looking from the great picture, obviously all the armament contracts that, for example, Eastern flank and Poland especially is conducting, this for sure is deterrence. But then building on those contracts, not only showing the equipment, but also showing the ability to create out of this equipment operational capabilities through creating new doctrines, through creating or conducting exercises, increasing the number of personnel and so on, especially trained personnel. This is also showing that we are serious about our defense. Yeah, that's it, because I see that we're running short on time.
Yes, so Maria, make subversion great again, response, the different tools, and then political will.
Well, I think, first of all, it really depends how things work out in Ukraine. That will pass to Russia a very important message about our readiness to, let's say, compromise Donbass or not. And on that basis, Russia will make very informed decisions moving forward. This is also especially a message to the United States of America. Second of all, impunity invites repetition. So I think there has to be consequences for Russia's violations of our airspace, maritime space, attacks on our critical infrastructure. Next, what could be done is weaken China. We know that China is a critical neighbor of Russia's defense industrial and technological base. And I think we, as Europe, and potentially together with the United States, could do much more on that front. In cyber domain, we are already very actively deploying offensive capabilities. It is confidential information, but I think it could be one of the pilot cases or precedents to see to what extent it could be replicated in other areas. And when it comes to political will, it depends on the leadership. And I think even if you have the best and most lethal weapons at your disposal, but no political leadership to use them, that invites weakness and only plays in the hand of our adversaries. And when it comes to the society, well, part of the comprehensive approach and total defense approach, I think it is really crucially important for political leaders not just to think about their re-elections, but to genuinely have open conversations with their societies about the risks and threats that we are facing. This is less of an issue, let's say, on the frontline countries of the Arctic, Nordic, Baltic Sea region, but west of Poland, it is very uncomfortable for political leaders to talk about these topics. And I think they are lacking trust in their population, because I think people are not fools. People, connect the dots and see that our, security environment is not in a good state. So I think it would be only more appreciated, this honesty, but also information about what are their rights and duties in case of any type of emergency. Thanks.
Thank you so much. And then I'll turn to Alexandra and then George, and just mindful of time.
Yeah. I know, I see I have like 15 seconds, so I'll be very brief. The unwillingness case, I think the situation, for example, in Poland and Canada is completely different. If you're living in Poland and you've seen a shopping mall being burned, then you react completely differently to the Russian hybrid warfare than you would have reacted living in Canada when, nothing that serious has happened so far. So like the level of understanding is completely different. Then how to practically deter Russia? Support Ukraine. They have to win the war. And tit for tat with Russia, this is absolutely not, this would lead us nowhere. We have to think about it systemically, because Russia is treating it together with China as a systemic war, so we should do it as well. Thank you.
There are things that we can do to deter Russia that Russia would like us to not do. We can, for example, learn a lot from Turkey. When Russian jets violated Turkish airspace in the Syrian civil war last decade, the Turks shot it down. And the Russians were very well behaved after that time. I think there's a good lesson there. Same thing happened when the United States killed a couple hundred Wagner mercenaries that were operating in Syria as well. I'd also like to add that we can we can lock down our supply chains. There is no good reason why NVIDIA and Ubiquiti and Texas Instruments components keep ending up in known sanction evaders, businesses who get that stuff into Russia, which make itself into Russian weapons, which then appear on the battlefield in Ukraine and in debris and drones that land in Poland and elsewhere. That's really unexcusable, and we absolutely have to get real lock solid on that.
I feel like we could have a whole panel on supply chain issues. Please join me in thanking our panelists for their excellent expertise today.
Thank you to all speakers. Cordelia, could you please join us for a moment?
So many approaches to countering Russian hybrid activities were expressed during the panel. Which one spoke to you the most?
I really liked the idea of creativity, adaptability. I liked the idea of wargaming, both in terms of awareness for political leadership. And then I liked that each of the panelists spoke about it on national level, so building awareness at the national level, and then EU and NATO level. So really just this awareness and making it very clear what's at stake here. That spoke to me a lot.
How is the West doing now with countering those threats? What kind of diagnosis emerged from the discussion, in your opinion?
I think it was very clear that there are differences, differences in space, Western Europe versus Eastern Europe, the northern flank, south. I mean, even the picture that Alexandra showed at the outset. So there are differences. One of the other things that came from the panel is the fact that geographic space, saboteurs, the way that these threats are coming, they are distinguishing less on where the geography is, which means that we need to get it through to the leadership that we need to approach these things together. So I would say there's still a lot of work to do.
Thank you very much for moderating the session. And
Thank
please rejoin our audience.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, from the Baltic, we now move across the Atlantic. Our final panel, before closing remarks, looks at America First and Donald Trump's plan for the Western Hemisphere.
Please welcome Melissa Ford Maldonado, Director of the Western Hemisphere Initiative, America First Policy Institute.
Victor Mijares, Associate Professor of Political Science and Global Studies, Universidad de los Andes.
Olinda Salguero, Director for Central America Global Peace Foundation.
And Bartomir Znojek, Latin America Analyst at the Polish Institute of International Affairs.
The session will be moderated by Paweł Markiewicz, Executive Director of the PISM DC office.
Please enjoy the conversation, but first let's see the clip.
Well, that was a quick flight across the Atlantic. I'm really happy to be able to moderate this panel, which I think is very timely and something that'll be very beneficial not only to everybody here, but to everybody listening. I'm really also happy that, once again, such an interesting panel can be organized and brought to life here at Strategic Ark in Warsaw. So very happy to be moderating. When Donald Trump returned to the White House in 2025, I think that a lot of folks were very surprised, perhaps, that the Western Hemisphere was such a focus of his foreign policy. I think a lot of people had to dust off their US history textbooks to recall some of the buzzwords like Monroe Doctrine, William McKinley, Teddy Roosevelt, and what all that had in mind. looking at some of the things that the administration pursued, whether it was the 51st state in Canada, Greenland, which is still ongoing, the Panama Canal, and most recently, from what I saw, the president's Truth Social post with Venezuela and an American flag and saying it's the 51st state possibly. There's still a heavy focus on the Western Hemisphere. So I'm just going to want to jump right into our panelists, and I'm going to start with you, Melissa, first. Given your experience and a lot of the work that you do at the America First Policy Institute on Western Hemisphere, can you explain to us here in Europe, maybe, the vision behind this regional policy? What's driving it, the goals that the administration has, and whether this is maybe a flash in the pan at the moment or something that'll be more long-term in the future? And will it move to some of the other areas as well, Cuba, Nicaragua, for example?
Thank you so much for the question, Powell, and thank you so much for the invitation. This is such a distinguished panel, and I'm honored to be here, so thank you so much. And just to go ahead and dive right into your question, it really, the Trump, and I don't speak obviously for the White House or for the Trump administration, but I'm happy to analyze and give my perspective. But the answer to your question is really very simple. The Trump administration's vision and approach, and we know this based off what they've told us, but it's based in a very simple principle, that the stability of the Western Hemisphere is a core national security interest for the United States. And this wasn't always the case. I think for a very long time, the Western Hemisphere, and I feel this uniquely as both an American and Latin American, born and raised in Bolivia, but for a really long time, the foreign policy establishment in Washington treated the Western Hemisphere as an afterthought. And recently in an op-ed that I published, I compared it to how a lot of us view a fire extinguisher. You know, we know that it's important in theory, but it's hopefully unnecessary, and we really don't think about it until something's on fire. That's exactly how the United States has treated the Western Hemisphere for a long time. And there are some valid reasons for this. Obviously, one of them being that Latin America in general combined has a much smaller GDP maybe than Europe and Asia, so some of those reasons are valid, but we've ignored them and failed to make Latin America a priority at our own peril. And it was a mistake. It was a mistake because the vacuum that the United States left behind when it stopped paying attention to Latin America allowed a lot of hostile, malign influence to enter our hemisphere, and the US didn't realize it until it was too late. So President Trump is correcting that mistake by realizing how important geography is, how important proximity is. It matters for our national security. And this is the vision that you ask about, this new, people are calling it this new Don Roe doctrine, right? That is the vision. And it's very important because I think we've heard throughout this conference this echoed, but every major power in the world really does treat its surrounding region as strategically important, and the US has finally caught up to that. One of the examples that I'll give is really the US is considered this center of gravity in a way for the Western Hemisphere. So when we falter or something happens to the US, you feel that in the entire hemisphere. And it turns out that the same is also true in reverse. And President Trump realized that because when there's something going on in Latin America, which there has been, right? The effects make their way north and meet us at our southern border. And we have felt that from everything from crime to insecurity to authoritarian governments or dictatorships or economic collapse. In some cases, even complete state collapse, as we've seen with Venezuela, Haiti, Cuba. These are all things that come to our southern border, and the way that they show up for the American people, the American communities, happen to be things that the Trump administration really cares about. Whether that is mass illegal immigration, whether that is drug trafficking, whether that is cartels increasingly gaining a lot more power. These are things that the Trump administration really cares about. And these are consequences that Americans face that are rooted in what happens in the Western Hemisphere. So to come full circle, the Trump administration's approach is that the Western Hemisphere is our first line of defense, and that the national security of the United States depends on the stability of our neighbors. And To very quickly also address your second question about whether it is a flash in the pan, I think that policy is here to stay. I think it's here to stay because at least, while President Trump and his party remain in power, there is every indication that the Western Hemisphere will remain a priority. I've heard the White House's national security strategy quoted quite a bit in this summit, maybe under a different context, but for the Western Hemisphere, the national security strategy has been the most radical and overdue change that we have seen, certainly in more than my lifetime, but in more than a generation. And for the first time in living memory, the administration is now treating the Western Hemisphere as a #1 priority, which I think shows that President Trump understands the national security implications that come with our geography and where we're located.
So maybe we can say perhaps that the US or the Trump administration is going back to its roots, treating the Western Hemisphere as its #1 priority, as it did from the Monroe Doctrine.
Correct. A long overdue shift. I think that there was a period of time where our priorities changed for a variety of different reasons, but now we remembered what hemisphere we're in. We remembered who our neighbors are, which is such an important thing and such an important posture.
I'm glad that you mentioned neighbors, because we have the unique opportunity to hear from the neighbors of the region, their views on this policy. So I want to turn to you, Olinda, now. In 2025, Secretary of State Rubio chose to visit Central America as his first diplomatic visit. Right? He made a point of that, to visit those countries there. Based on your view, then, what can we ascertain about U.S. intentions from this visit and Rubio's unique background going forward?
Thank you, Pavel. And well, first of all, thank you to all the organizers for being sure that including this important conversation, the Latin American perspective. In my case, I came from Central America, from Guatemala specifically. And I think it's important to listen different voices, and not only the traditional ones that are the centers of power, but especially the ones that belongs to that global south that has many things to share, and of course is trying to have a seat in the conversation. I think it's not just symbolic that the global leadership, probably the next Secretary General of the United Nations, come from Latin America, and perhaps a woman for Central America. So answering your question, I think it's not an accident that Marcos Rubio's first trip was to Panama, because as Melissa was mentioned, we represent that corridor that originally, decades ago, Central America was facing that proximity with the United States with some difficulties, because during the Cold War for us was really tough times. Just Guatemala, we experienced a war of more than 3 decades, because we were in the middle of that competition for global power in that time from the United States and the Soviet Union. And right now, of course, you can find in the region the Panama Canal. You can find all that corridor, because Central America, I think, is a region of opportunities, and we are more strategic than we ever consider, or probably people realize. We are that natural bridge between the Americas and between the two oceans. And of course, the international crime has realized that from many years ago, and that's a problem, but also a possibility. And as Melissa was mentioned, I think for many years in the recent history, the region was not in the radar of Washington, probably, or just because of security reasons. And it is clear that China has been arriving to the region. In Central America, just Guatemala, for example, has still relationships with Taiwan. In Latin America, Paraguay is also in that position. So China is gaining that space that was empty. You know that there's not empty spaces. But I think it's a good point that the United States is looking back to the region. Anthony was mentioned yesterday that there are 2 MAGAs in Washington: Make America Great Again, and America's Great Again. I like to think with the S, but of course I'm also worried when we say America first, Europe first, China first, Russia first, because historically I think we have learned that when we collaborate with each other, we build tremendous progress in the world. So For us at the region, of course, we don't want to be the frontier of all the bad things that probably you listen from Central America, mass illegal immigration or drug trafficking, many bad things, but we want to be a bridge of good possibilities. So I think if this new agenda of this new Dawn Row, as is known now with all the sophisticated topics of the 21st century, includes not only security reasons, but also shared prosperity, I think will be better for everyone.
Thank you so much. Victor, I want to turn to you now. Of course, when we hear Western Hemisphere, I think one of the first things that immediately comes to mind is Venezuela. Seeing how the policy was enacted by the administration. Right? Venezuela was very prominent in the national security strategy, which was mentioned here as well. And it's also a prominent element of that vision that President Trump has towards the Monroe Doctrine and the corollary that he seems to have provided, the modern corollary. Given that, how do you see the potential for the U.S. military involvement in the northern parts of South America or in the Caribbean basin going forward as part of the administration's policy towards this hemisphere?
Well, thank you. Thank you for the question, and thank you for the invitation. Thank you to PISM for this interesting invitation. It's an honor to be here in this panel. Well, Pavel, actually, this is a very interesting question, considering that I think this, and my colleagues just say about that, I think this is the comeback of geopolitics to the Americas, because geopolitics has been, a very important issue in academia and in political debate in Europe, in Asia, even in Africa, but not in Latin America. Latin America was, considered more like non-geopolitical issues there, more crime, drug trafficking, and things like that. But I think this is very interesting and important, considering that after September 11, the United States, made this reorientation, geostrategic reorientation to Eurasia during 20 years, with the endless wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, and now turning back to Latin America, and especially to Venezuela and the Caribbean, I think for the reason of this new conception of space and geography. And I would like to talk about this concept of Secretary of War Pete Hegseth about the Greater North America. The Greater North America, according to Hegseth, is this space, above the equator line, to North America, from Alaska to Guyana, and from Greenland to Ecuador. So Venezuela and the Caribbean are actually in the middle of this. So is the new heartland of this geopolitical conception. And I think this is also about three logics that are working right now, and Venezuela is in the middle of these three logics. The first logic I see here is the resource control, especially in this new era of artificial intelligence, robotics, of course, technology, drones technology, and so on and so forth, but also controlling petroleum, gold, lithium, strategic minerals, coltan, but also I think this is about transnational threats, especially with the securitization of narcotics, of course, but also migration. That is a major issue in the Trump administration, considering all these waves of migration, especially Venezuelan migration after the collapse of the Venezuelan state, under Maduro especially. And the third one is connected with the other two, but this is very important in that regard, especially with the first one, is access denial. The strategy of access denial to Russia, China, and Iran, but also Hezbollah as a proxy of Iran. The Chinese involvement in investment and investing, for instance, in offshore production in Maracaibo's Lake is very important. They're still there, but the oil industry of Russia and Iran are no longer there. The Russia the Russia armament and the weapons of Russia were, fell down considering this operation of the absolute resolve operation, the January the 3rd, and now in less than 3 hours, actually, the United States, achieved this very important goal of put Russia and China away from Venezuela, and now they're facing new challenges, stabilizing the country, new challenges, recovering the economy, and also trying to get the best position in the exploitation of those resources, but also trying to make Venezuela a stable country and an ally. I think maybe we can talk a little bit more about this, further, but I think this is the major challenge, is the dilemma they have right now between, Delcy Rodriguez and Maria Corina Machado. It's a dilemma between the short term and the long term.
I would like to talk about that more, but before we get to that question, I'm going to turn to Bartek. Bartek, you're one of a handful of experts in Poland that focuses on Latin America. In my opinion, the best, but I have a bias. But based on your views from Warsaw, and I think this is important, right, from the Warsaw/the European perspective, how do you see or read the logic behind the Trump administration's Western Hemisphere policy and engagement in the region? Especially, and I think this is interesting, when there's two correlating forces circling around the president and the administration. So you have MAGA on one hand, and then the Secretary Rubio cohort on the other.
Thank you very much. It's an honor to be with such distinguished experts, and an honor to talk about Latin America as a non-Latin American. Regarding the question, I think that there's a clear break about the main theme talking about Latin America. When Donald Trump returned to the presidency, we stopped talking about China rise in the region. We start talking about US returning to the Western Hemisphere. And yes, much part of my work and challenge was to understand the logic behind that change. And in my opinion, there was a lot of inconsistency, a lot of incoherence, and it was really tough job to decipher what is the plan or whether it's a plan. And I think the main moment to be more clear about these goals was December with the National Security Strategy and revival of Monroe Doctrine. The armed capture of Nicolas Maduro explained a little bit what is the limit, what United States is able to do. But I think I would talk about the initiatives in March, which in my opinion gives a better picture what is the view of this administration. There are two initiatives. One bigger is Shield of Americas. That was a summit with 12 leaders in Doral. But before, 2 days before, there was an important initiative of counter-narcotic coalition, which was led and launched by Secretary Hexet, and with the presence of Stephen Miller. And Hexet talked the same what Victor Mijares said about this geography, how United States see the Western Hemisphere. And Stephen Miller was talking about the need to talk without lawyers. If there is a need to fight crime, to achieve security, so it's important to forget about rules. And in my opinion, maybe this diagnosis it's not really accurate, because when you read the declarations from Shield of America summit, you hear that for United States, solving the problem of security will help to the countries of Latin America develop. But what is forgotten is are the root cause. So poverty, inequality, institutional weakness, and you need to remember that in this summit, three big important countries were not present: Colombia, Mexico, and Brazil. So this is quite doubtful, and I would say that this plan is evolving. It's not a plan that was thought in at the beginning, but we see some part improvised, some part based on the claimed success in Venezuela.
So before we turn things over to the audience, which I'm going to ask to prepare your questions, we're going to go through one more round, and then we'll turn things over. Melissa, I want to go back to you. Given what we've heard here in the first set, and the comparisons that some are making to the way the Trump administration is enacting its policy in the region as strong-arming or aggressive even, how does the justification behind pursuing that policy in that kind of a way hold in the court of public opinion, especially in the eyes of allies and partners, for example, in Europe here?
That's a great question. And you use the word aggressive. And that is an accurate word to use. It is aggressive, but because it needs to be. And I think that's something really important for our global allies and partners to understand, that the response of the United States needs to be proportional to the threat that we are facing. And something that a lot of people don't understand is that the United States is not just facing ordinary crime, right? We are confronting a state-enabled narco-terrorist global network that is exporting chaos and lawlessness not only to the entire hemisphere, but really to the world. And it's really important for our partners and allies to understand that. And I'll use the Venezuela example because I think that's, since January 3rd, that's been top of mind for a lot of us, right? And because I think that is what a lot of people that reflect the sentiment that you talk about are referencing. The Maduro regime, as my friend Victor, I think, can be the first person to tell you from personal experience, but the Maduro regime was not just another authoritarian leader. It was a narco dictatorship. They were deeply intertwined with their own cartels, with their own criminal cartels, which the President of the United States, by the way, now considers foreign terror organizations. And they received a lot of external support from hostile powers to the United States, hostile anti-American powers that include China, Iran, Russia, and that is a massive national security threat to the American people. In taking that regime offline, as I think most Latin Americans can tell you, and not just that, but removing the hub of instability that created for our entire Western Hemisphere was a major step forward for everyone in the hemisphere. And Venezuela is not the only one. I think a lot of people that haven't lived in Latin America or haven't really studied it still think that international drug trafficking is just international drug trafficking. They don't realize that it has transformed into something completely different than what it used to be. Because international drug traffickers in Latin America were once, massive, rich, sophisticated, to be sure. But now they operate with political cover. They operate a lot with the help of the state in one way or another. They have either captured the state, they're allied with the state, or a lot of the time, like in Venezuela, they are sponsored by the state. So the crime that we had there is not just crime that the Maduro regime was allowing, it's crime that they were enabling. And so I think it's important, again, for people to understand why the Trump administration is being aggressive. They're not being aggressive to our Latin American partners or to the Latin American people who, by the way, really support this in general, but to this massive conglomeration of narco terrorists that are having their way in our hemisphere. And to answer kind of the second part of your question, you also touched on this a little bit in the first question, but what I'm talking about, there's been a ripple effect across the Western Hemisphere. We're not just seeing it in Venezuela, we're also seeing it in Cuba, we're starting to see it in Nicaragua, and these traffickers, that now in the United States, murder Americans through overdoses, through drug trafficking by the thousands today, they almost always are partnered with their governments in some way, shape, or form. So when we see what you talk about, this Monroe Doctrine, and not just the Monroe Doctrine, but I think it's also really important to keep in mind the 1904 Roosevelt corollary, which can be considered an extension of the Monroe Doctrine. But what the doctrine says is that when chaos or lawlessness takes a hold of our hemisphere, and there are local governments within our hemisphere that either can't act or refuse to act, like we've seen, it is the United States' responsibility to do something about it. So if there is an ungoverned space in our hemisphere, like we do have, we also have that in Mexico, which, by the way, by credible recent estimates, is estimated that over 35% of Mexico is ruled completely by the cartels. So the government is not completely sovereign over its own territory, and that's a threat to us. And if the US does not become involved, then that disorder and criminality spreads not only within that country, but within our hemisphere, and that's when it becomes a threat to American communities, American families, American schools. And so we are seeing this revival, the first revival, as you were saying, like we're dusting off our history books. This is the first revival of that we've seen in generations. And I think that President Roosevelt knew, and now President Trump knows, that the Western Hemisphere is our first line of defense. We need to be aggressive when it comes to defending American interests, and also, like Olinda was saying, not just American interests, because when the US is safe and when our Western Hemisphere is safe, it is not a zero-sum game. It can be a win-win situation. The president cares, and his priority is that the United States is safe and prosperous and strong, but that can also be the case for the entire Western Hemisphere, and we can all win together. So it's very important to recognize that the stability of our Western Hemisphere is necessary for us to be safe at home.
Linda, I want to turn back to you. We heard the dusting off of the Monroe Doctrine, that it's here to stay, perhaps. So given this logic, how do you see changes in Central America and maybe more broadly Latin America's unique yet maybe dynamic, delicate surroundings, especially when it comes to such areas as defense, business, and the stability of democracy in the region going forward?
Well, I think the region will be even more important, as I was mentioned before. We are in a strategic region, and probably that has been our blessing and our curse in the past. But I really expect that we can take advantage of that. That's why regional integration for us is so important, because if you join all the Central American countries, probably we are the half of Colombia. But as I was mentioned, 60 million people in the strategic bridge that we represent. So security is not enough, because as Bartek was mentioning, is about development. And in the past, our experience hasn't been good enough with the United States, because we had to face directly to the causes, no, of poverty, inequality, impunity. And in recent years, we, in the example of Guatemala, probably, I don't know if you have heard about the International Commission Against Impunity. That was a pilot that the United States was helping, and also the international community. And it was good at the beginning. No, it was not so good at the end, but my point is that the security is not enough. If we cannot invest more in development and in that shared prosperity, probably the relationship will continue the same. Bartek was mentioned that summit in Miami some months ago, and of course the countries that were invited were the more ideological aligned with the United States, and not exactly the ones that should be in that conversation because of security reasons. For example, Guatemala shares an 900 kilometers border with Mexico, so you can imagine that it's not the same to talk about Guatemala or El Salvador, for example, no? So that's why we insist in regional integration, because right now, I think we are taking advantage of nearshoring, friendshoring, all the possibilities that are being opened with this new relationship. But if we go back in history, before the Cold War, when we had investments from the United States, things were going better. Then we have this this period of the Cold War that for us was terrible. I was mentioned, we have these proximity wars, we have this militarization, and in the case of Guatemala, 36 years of war, and that's why the foundation that I'm honored to lead, the Esquipulas Foundation, represents that peace process in the region that allows us to institutionalize democracy, get peace, and have a new approach of regional integration. So I think we really need to get deep into integration. Of course, that requires political leadership, and probably it's not the best moment for democracy, not just in the region, but in the entire world. That's why I think we should pay more attention, because it's not just this global competition, no, about the narrative also. Because the United States, of course, is interested in winning the narrative perspective. And if we want to focus about that cultural or narrative competition, I was reading a recent poll of 2 weeks ago, probably, that was analyzing the image of the personal brand, that national brand that we are having from the United States. And unfortunately, was not that good. So people is facing all these actions. Probably they are not taking as good as could be if the tone could change. If we talk not only about security, but also about shared prosperity that we, of course, need, because the United States is sometimes most of the time is our first commercial ally, but for Central America, we as a region, we are also that partner for the region. Sometimes we are in the first position, sometimes in the second, so we have an interdependence with the United States that is natural, that is geographically, so we need to be more treated not as the backyard in the past, no, but as a partner that can bring many good things to the table, and that's regional integration, connectivity, and many, many other things. But if we focus only in security, I think that will be a mistake.
And I think the point you made about the narrative is very important, because sometimes that narrative tends to drive a lot of the other things instead of the other way around. So I think that's really, really key to mention. Victor, I want to turn back to you. You started tickling this a little bit in your previous comments, but I want to maybe pull this out a little more, getting back to Venezuela and the internal dynamics that are going on, how you see that, given that that's one of your focuses of your research and your work. Can you provide us maybe with some commentary on the dynamics of what it's looking like inside from the internal perspective? And maybe if you think that this Venezuela model is or will be a template for other countries in the region in the future.
Well, that's a very interesting and difficult question, considering that actually right now in Venezuela are in the middle of a political transformation, but I will say not in the middle of a political transition, at least not yet, because we are seeing deep and profound changes in political spectrum in the conformation of the Chavismo. All the equation is still, of course, under the Chavismo hands, but it's not the same Chavismo. Delcy Rodriguez wasn't actually an originally Chavista. She came to power, especially under Nicolás Maduro, not under Chavez. So we are seeing some kind of, I don't know, Chavismo 3.0 trying to survive in this new conditions of with United States, turning back to the region, looking for raw materials, looking for access denial policies, trying to encapsulate the hemisphere in one single sphere of influence. And I think the Chavismo still has the opportunity of survive, but not in the same fashion. But trying to transform in something different. The problem here is about if this is enough for foreign investors. Because, for instance, the CEO of Exxon told to President Trump, okay, this is a nice move, we have interest, but we have been, nationalized 2 times in Venezuela. And we need some rule of law and guarantees to work there. So in the short term, I think they need Delcy Rodriguez and all the equation of power, around her. But in the medium to long term, they will need free elections, at least apparently free elections, trying to have a government that actually could sign contracts that could be respected in the future, because this is a major problem right now. And this is also a dilemma for the neighbors. In the case of Colombia, for instance, now Colombia is not that interested in oil, for instance, but maybe in the future, Colombia will back to oil, will back to coal, for instance, and that is, of course, the most important product of exportation of Colombia. It's not coffee, it's not flowers, it's oil. In the case of Guyana, for instance, Guyana is in the middle of the territorial dispute with Venezuela, a territorial dispute of more than a century, maybe 2 centuries actually, and but more than a century in trials, and Guyana is now leaving more than 80% of exportation is oil. And this new a renewable powerhouse of oil of Venezuela could be a major problem and a rival for those countries around Venezuela, especially if the United States wants to be more permanently in that country. And if you allow me, I would like to address a couple of things about this turning back of the United States to Latin America, because people think this is about Donald Trump, Marco Rubio, because Marco Rubio is Cuban, American, and so that's the reason why. But 30 years ago, the United States, the Clintons' United States, promote the free trade area of the Americas. And that was, a geopolitical, in that case, geoeconomic project to encapsulate the hemisphere in one single market. Of course, this didn't work, but I think the United States is not in the middle of an experiment of something new, but trying to be, again, involved with the region. Some colleagues of mine say Latin America is not that important because we're small economically, we are small in population. However, they are not taking into account geography. I think this is very important because sometimes Latin Americans miss, the consideration and the dimension of geography. Central America is not a small area. It's not small at all. If we consider the maritime area of Central America is huge. Guatemala is almost 20 million in population. So we're not talking about small countries here, and those countries and the rest of the hemisphere are the neighbors of the United States. We are sharing the same neighborhood. And finally, I would like to address this issue about drugs, because people think, drugs is something about crime, and it's mostly about crime, of course. But drugs are also a weapon. Not only against the United States, especially against the United States, but also against the Latin American societies. I'm talking about, for instance, corruption. Drugs, fuel corruption, help to win elections, and diminish the basis of democracy. So I think drugs are, a major threat, not only because the United States is, pointed out that this is a problem for them, but also is a problem for the Latin American societies. And Venezuela is crossing in the middle of this multiple axis of threat, and I think this is, maybe it's not completely well thought what they're doing there. Maybe it's not, the perfect plan. But I think it's a window of opportunity that now is open, and it wasn't open a year ago.
I think that's a very interesting way of putting it. Bartek, I'm going to go to you before we go to the audience. With the focus and approach that the Trump administration has taken to the Western Hemisphere, as I mentioned at the beginning, being very shocking in a way to Europeans and many outside of the Western Hemisphere, and even perhaps some in the Western Hemisphere. But what in your mind are the implications of how allies and partners might view the United States going forward, especially in their level of trust, given that the administration and the United States might be acting in this way?
I think that two angles are important here from European perspective. One, Poland, its allies in NATO, trying to understand what this pivot of US to the Western Hemisphere means to the alliance, to the partnership with the United States, to the security. So it's really important, and I think that this panel is also the proof that we want to understand that logic. I think that for countries like Poland, it's more important also to look at Latin American countries, how to deal with asymmetry with the United States. What are the measures to be on a better foot? But the other angle, I think is really important, are the dynamics between European Union and Latin American Caribbean. Because before Donald Trump came back to the presidency, there was already in place the attempt to revive partnership between both blocs. One important point was the summit between European Union and CELAC, so the Community of Latin American and Caribbean States in 2023, after a long hiatus because of Venezuela, because of differences regarding that. So Donald Trump came back in the very moment of the attempts of European Union to be more relevant in the region, to be treated as a reliable partner. And you can see the actions from the European Union preparing to this period of Trump presidency. One was conclusion of negotiations on EU-Mercosur agreement just before the inauguration of Donald Trump. The other, completing the process of negotiation with Mexico on modernized treaty. When I was in Brussels in October last year, and I talked to some people in European institutions, they said that without Trump, there wouldn't be push to finalize EU-Mercosur negotiations after almost 25 of talks. So there is an effect, there is an attempt to find a place. I think there is also a space for competition, because if we read the expectations from the United States to have access to critical minerals, the same objectives is with European Union. So when I read a national security strategy in December talking about other external powers being in the Western Hemisphere and that the United States needs to compete with them, I didn't think only about China. I thought about European Union as well.
Great, thank you so much. You all put a lot of food for thought on the proverbial table here. I want to turn over to the audience now for questions. We have about 12 minutes, so I'll be happy to take, we'll start from this end, this gentleman here, and we'll work our way over. 2, 3, 4.
Thank you very much. Sebastian Sobieski Institute. I would like to touch upon what was mentioned just now, meaning China. So in the US strategic documents, we see that the Western Hemisphere, as it was described very well, is the core of the interest of the United States, but at the same time, China is the greatest adversary. So my question would be to the panel, what does it mean for China, this pivot or this move back of the United States towards the Western Hemisphere, and how do you perceive China's role in the region? Because we know that in the last decades, while you also mentioned the vacuum of power in the Southern Hemisphere, especially in Latin America, China has tried to push out the United States. What are the implications now? Thank you.
Thank you. I think we'll go to Anthony here and then in the back as well. Up front here, please. We'll collect them all maybe.
Quick comments, quick question. Really, congratulations to PISM. This was a fantastic panel. I really think that they captured everyone here, wonderfully facilitated by my dear friend Pavel, what's really happening in Washington in terms of thinking, strategic thinking process, and the temperature in Washington, and the direction of the wind. It has a huge implication for our friends in Europe, and especially in Poland, to understand the Trump administration's intention. This is a genuine. And also this is an example how we can transform Trump's challenge into Trumpian opportunity. Having said it, if you look at, this is a question part very quickly, if you look at the map of South America, we have a Milei, Argentina, and then Chile's new president, Bolivia, Guatemala. Now we have a lot more willing and capable partners, at least in terms of change in the whole scene. One country I specifically want to highlight, this is a question for all, but especially Melissa and Linda, it's like Poland. This country starts with alphabet P, Paraguay. It's a center of South America. This young, aspiring president, Santiago Peña, never before Paraguay had this kind of good relationship with the United States. Paraguay has been neglected, ignored. Now we see definitely the good chemistry between the United States and Paraguay. Could you comment on something very specific and strategic? Also, given the fact that Olinda mentioned the strategic partnership between Taiwan and Paraguay, there's a China implication as well. If you can, that would be great.
The gentleman in the back here, and then in the back as well.
Matthew Bosch, British Embassy, Warsaw. I have a question. I think there's a lot of optimism in the panel, and a question a bit kind of challenging you. Are there any kind of threats or concerns that you have with the new Trump doctrine? Is looking at the kind of interests of the Latin American people, just out of interest? Thank you.
Thank you. And the gentleman in the way back, I believe. The microphone's coming.
Chris the Boeing Institute from Warsaw. I've got a question to the American speakers in broad sense, not only US American. It's about also what Bartosz also mentioned in the last intervention. Are the partners as European Union and EU member states welcome from the American perspective as partners in South America? Or they are perceived as competitors from Washington point of view and also from the point of view of the capitals? Because when you read precisely the national security doctrine, that you have, let's say, mixed feelings. On the one hand, we are mentioned as partners and allies. On the other hand, one can think we are more competitors. And so what is the, let's say, American perspective on this kind of, external players as the EU in the continent? Thank you.
Thank you. And one more here, Ray, and then we'll swing it back to the panel.
Ray Wojcik, the Saratoga Foundation. Melissa's point about 70% or so of Mexico not being governed by the government of Mexico is a stunning figure. So I just wondered, from America First perspective or the America agenda, what you would recommend for our approach to deal with that, to get stability, security, and to work with the government of Mexico to change that dynamic. Thanks.
Great. So I'll turn it over back in the same order. Take your pick and go ahead. Melissa?
Can I start? That's a great question, and thank you for asking it. I'm really passionate about the Mexico question because I spent over three years working on U.S. policy towards Mexico. So I think that's a really important question, and also the stat is that approximately 35 to 40% of Mexico is estimated to be under direct cartel rule. And those are estimates that come from the U.S. Embassy in Mexico, and that are also corroborated by a lot of people who live there. They tell you that they live with the fear of, their homes being taken away from cartels. A lot of them pay this derecho de piso, they call it. It's kind of like a cartel tax. So it's definitely something that's prevalent, and we've been dealing with this question, right? We just celebrated, I think, in 2022 or 2023, 200 years of bilateral relationship between Mexico and the United States. And so it's been a very long time that we as the United States have been working on this issue of organized crime and how it really bleeds past the border and into the United States. But one approach that, at least from the America First Policy Institute, we feel has not been tried appropriately yet, is the approach of kind of taking a holistic approach, right? We just had the death of cartel leader of the Cartel Nueva Generación Jalisco, CJNG. El Mencho was his name, right? He was just killed, I think it was like a month ago, or maybe a month and a half ago. And the reality is that when you target just the cartel leaders, that's not enough. It's very easy to pick a head to replace him. They very dynamically are constantly basically have a line of new leaders that are ready to take over. And so I think that the approach that the Trump administration should take is to hold accountable the people that are responsible for keeping them in power. and for giving them that political cover. And there are encouraging signs that the Trump administration is going to do that. We just had the indictment about a week and a half ago of a lot of the government members of the Morena party in Mexico who are right now in power, and they are said to be working with a lot of cartels, taking money and bribes from cartels. They are responsible for keeping them in power. And so I think that an approach that we really should take is to look at the politicians and start making an example out of the people that are responsible for keeping them in power. And I know that there is not a lot of time, and I want to let my co-panelists answer some of these questions, but just really quickly on the two questions that we received about, is the United States open to letting other people, kind of have an eye and participate in that influence over the Western Hemisphere? And the question on China, I'm not a China expert. I'll be the first person to say this, but I think that President Trump has been very adamant about the importance of kicking China out of the hemisphere, because it's not in the Western Hemisphere's best interest. They're not in the Western Hemisphere because they enjoy the people or the food or the climate. They're there because they want to surveil the United States, and because they want to impose this footprint where they can have a lot of leverage over the United States and the things that are going on in the United States. And I think it's really important that we are clear-minded about that. And I'm happy to talk about this a little bit more later and give specific examples, but I'll yield the floor to the other panelists.
Thank you so much. Olinda, please, maybe one or two, given the time constraint.
Well, I think we all should be optimistic, because in the region, we are takers of opportunities. Sometimes we don't create that opportunities. We have to take them. And in that way, we have to be positive, and we have to be optimistic of what we can achieve of this new relationship. And of course, we can talk a lot, and we don't have time, but I just want to tell that when we realize that we have to invest more in development, in strengthening our institutions, because probably you are asking if the United States is allowing more partners to arrive to the region. If you pay attention to numbers, to the cooperation of the European Union for 2021 to 2027, Latin America was in the last position. So I think there are many reflections to be done of what happened in recent years. That is not only if Donald Trump is in the presidency or not. There are many issues to be considered, and I just want to acknowledge the presence of the ambassador, Guatemalan ambassador. Thank you for being here, and I want to thank the Polish people. I didn't expect that you were so interested in the region and that I would find so many people speaking Spanish. So thank you.
Victor, please.
Yes, short. About the Chinese involvement and these implications, I think China has been an opportunity for Latin America. Most of the South American countries, not that much in Mexico, Central America, but South American countries, with the exception of Colombia and Venezuela, are actually, they have China as a major trade partner right now. However, this is also a threat for those countries, considering the new temperature in Washington and the new debate about what is the condition in the rivalry with China. And I think this is a major problem, because most Latin American and South American countries are looking for these strategic equidistances, trying to be in the middle and not be involved or completely engaged with one country or another. But now I think this is this is becoming not a possibility. I think they have to choose, and this is a major problem. Especially, I will take one single example, is the other country with the P, is not Poland, not Paraguay, is Peru, and is with the port of Shanghai. The port of Shanghai, made by the Chinese mostly, and it's a major problem right now, and will be the next Panama Canal, the next point of clash between the United States and China. And I think this could be an excellent example of how the major powers are trying to get the control of a strategic and critical infrastructure in Latin America.
Bartek, take us home.
I will try to do it fast. China, it's not feasible. China is too engaged in South America. If you look at Brazil, it's strategically engaged in BRICS. enjoys, develops investment with China. So limiting influence to some extent, yes, but kicking out, it's not possible. Regarding Antony's comment, yes, the landscape is really favorable for administration with the changes, political changes to conservative leaders. And Donald Trump helps that in Honduras with interference, in Argentina helping President Milei. And I expect that he will try to help Bolsonaro to come back to power in Brazil. So that's the point. I think that we missed to address the concerns. So let me mention a few of them. One, I would add to the Polish perspective that in the country which is really which has been long talking about the threat from Russia, when we see our main ally in security going back to returning to the logic of spheres of influence, this is a really big concern. Ideological selectiveness, that's cooperating, administration's cooperation with friends, helping leaders which are not maybe democratic but can offer something. And I think El Salvador may be an incubator of new authoritarian regime. So that's one of the threats I would mention. Thank you.
Melissa, Olinda, Victor, Bartek, thank you so much for shedding so much important light on this critical region, the Western Hemisphere, the American policy towards it, the views from the region towards the policy, the views from Europe towards the region. And I'm going to go on record in saying that this is a conversation that we could have for many more hours, and it's probably one that we need to revisit at next year's Strategic Ark. Join me in thanking our panelists.
Thank you again to all the panelists. And Paweł, as usual, please take a moment with us to sum up the discussion.
Paweł, I would like to ask you, how divisive is Trump's approach towards Latin America inside the US itself?
Well, I think there's probably certainly a lot of support for it, given what was mentioned here, right? That this is a policy to stop certain things from coming into the United States that's negatively affecting the lifestyle of many Americans. Until that changes, I don't see that as being maybe too divisive or negative.
And going back to the panel, was there anything that you find particularly relevant for Poland and Central Europe?
Yeah, there's a lot of words that I heard from our panelists that really made me think of Poland and the situation where we're in Central and Eastern Europe, kind of being between a blessing and a curse sometimes, or a region of opportunity, building partnerships. I think there's a lot of gravity in between what was said here for us to think about.
And what diagnosis regarding Trump's plan emerged from the discussion, in your opinion? I mean, which interpretation on what are the possible consequences behind this plan spoke to you the most?
So I think the window of opportunity was very interesting to hear about from both sides, from the American perspective, that this could be a window of opportunity, and then from the Latin American perspective. And that this is something that's been dusted off, meaning that it's always existed in American foreign policy, but it will be here to stay. I think that's very interesting, and that gives us a lot to think about too.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Paweł, for
Thanks
the
so much.
insight.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sadly, we are approaching the end of our journey together. Yesterday, we promised you plenty of food for thought, and we truly hope you feel we have delivered on that promise. Over the past 2 days, we have covered topics from economic resilience to energy security. We went from Baltic to the Indo-Pacific.
We hope the insights shared on the stage will stay with you long after you leave this room. Thank you for being part of this year's edition of PISM Strategic Ark. And now, to officially close the conference, please welcome the director of the Polish Institute of International Affairs, Jarosław Ćwiek-Karpowicz, for his closing remarks.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we've come to close of the Strategic Ark 2026. The conversation that we had over the past 2 days have ranged across many very important topics, like military cooperation, technological partnership, hybrid threats, energy security, and the changing nature of conflict itself. After 2 days of discussion, we may draw several conclusions. Firstly, the wars to come will not be similar to the wars we remember. Secondly, preparing for wars to come means preparing not only our militaries, it means preparing our states, economies, democratic systems, and our citizens. And finally, the deterrence in the 21st century depends not only on capabilities, but also on credibility and unity. For Europe in particular, this moment requires a profound understanding. Russia's ongoing aggression against Ukraine reminds us that a long conventional war on the European soil is not a relic of the past. It also reminds us that the revisionist powers are willing to use force to alter borders and to challenge the international order. And that peace cannot survive on declarations alone. It requires capability and political will. In this context, Poland occupies a uniquely important place. We understand, perhaps more clearly than many, that security needs to be built before crisis arrives, not after. Polish investments in defense, its cooperation with Ukraine, and its growing role within NATO demonstrate a recognition that preparedness is not escalation. Preparedness is a prevention. Let us live today with a sense of realism, but not fatalism, with the understanding that preparing for wars to come is ultimately about safeguarding the peace, freedom, and stability we hope we will endure. Thank you all for your insights, contributions, and your commitment to our vital conversation. I would like to thank our guests who accept the invitation to join the discussion on stage, particularly high-level politicians, public officials, experts, journalists, and all of you who join us in the audience or online. Strategic Ark is about a high level of policy-oriented discussion and debate. It is also about a high level of professional and logistical preparation that depends on the team at the Polish Institute of International Affairs. So I want to take this opportunity to thank each and every one of my PISM colleagues for all your hard work and tireless efforts over the past months for another very successful Strategic Ark edition. Next year, our institute will be celebrating its 80th anniversary, so it's a very good occasion to come for Strategic Ark 2027 to Warsaw. Thank you very much and see you next year.
Well done.